All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I was gonna start it a little later, but then I accidentally went live at 2, which was when the broadcast went live. So we still have about probably 10 minutes here minimum before we go green. I think 2:19 Central, 3:19 Eastern is the green flag. Good to see you in here, Double A. So qualifying was canceled, so we set the lineup by the points order. Seems like that happens a lot early in the season, but this is the rainiest time of the year for, you know, much of the United States, so it makes sense. We have giant blizzards up in the Northeast, and it's pretty cold here there at Atlanta. EchoPark Speedway. I think the high was 47 today in Hampton, Georgia. All right, we got the command to fire the engine, so we should be on track when we get back from commercial. Let's go ahead and see what our leaderboard looks like before the race. So it's set by points. We just mentioned that. We're not expecting any surprises. But does anything jump out? So BJ McLeod making a start here after last week, crashing, I think, 5 laps into the Daytona 500. Not great. Bowman really needs a good week this week. The guys who finish or that are starting, you know, down here sub 30, they really need a good run here, because if you go into the next race 2 races down in points, it's going to take a lot of consistent effort to get back inside the top 16. So that's going to be tough. More than likely we'll see SVG hang out somewhere in this range. And then once we get to the road courses, you'll see him move up very quickly. Double A has Logano today. Not a bad pick. Not a bad pick. I was just thinking Blaney, but I wanted to look at their average finish, which we might be able to pull that up. If I can find it, I'll show you guys. Kyle Busch has the highest average finish. Ryan Blaney is 3rd. Golly. All right, I'll pull this up for you guys as soon as it loads. It's being really slow. This NASCAR driveraverages.com. I don't think it's gonna load. I can only see the top 4. So Kyle Busch is 1st. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 2nd. 3rd, Ryan Blaney. 4th, Connor Zilic. That's crazy. It's just completely broken. So let's look at J-Ski. J-Ski's a great source. Been around for a long time. Just giving a general overview of each driver, how they've done here at Atlanta. This would really help inform you if you were going to make some picks, or if you have some last second changes to your lineup you want to make if you're doing the fantasy. 3 top 5s, 5 top 10s for Kyle Larson. Logano, 2 wins, 4 top 5s. It's pretty good. Let's see if we have the average finishes. Nah. I think those 2 wins, though, for Logano were at this track in general, not on this configuration. Shame that won't load. Jason Switzer, good to see you, man. Happy race day, everyone. I got Chase Elliott for today. Trisha, his fiance, is going with SVG. Okay, that is certainly a choice. I wouldn't be too shocked to see him get out front for a bit like he did in the 500, but this is quite a different track. I just want to see how often they're 2x2 and even 3 wide, because the trucks mostly were single file. They would pack back up 2x2 at the very end of the stages, and or if just something crazy happened, if cars got stacked up. And then the Xfinity series was a little bit more 2x2, but especially in the longer runs, they would single file out. So we're gonna be monitoring Fox NASCAR. They have this, it's good to see they're doing this again. They have their pre-race feed going. We're gonna pull that down before we get taken down. They shut it off as soon as it goes green, but it's pretty neat. In commercial break, they just show shots from the track, so I'm a big fan of that. Oops. Look at that. What a flyover. I like it. They're doing an actual, like, full starting lineup. That's good stuff. We have several, guys that have a good shot at this. It's just about being in the right place at the right time. And it is a little colder than it was. It's a lot colder than it was in the truck race, and it's a little colder than it was in the Xfinity race. So that could impact the handling. We'll see how it goes. Jason said, thank you for the welcome. It's cold and snowy here today. Went to Wendy's and got the cheesy bacon cheeseburger and the Girl Scout Thin Mint Frosty Fusion. That sounds interesting. I've eaten quite a few Thin Mints in my life and quite a few Wendy's Frosties, so seems like a good mix. That's hilarious. So they're showing the qualifying block-off plate. I forget which race it was, but I think Kyle Larson started a race. It may have been the first year of the next-gen car. It's when we weren't doing any practice. And blew the engine because they started the race with the qualifying block-off plate in the car. You call it diabetes in a cup. It might be. It might be. So we had some bigger wrecks in the Xfinity race. The truck race was relatively clean. Be interesting to see which way they go here. It seems like the Cup race is usually a bit more messy because they're pushing harder. They're able to run side by side more than the other series. Kelly. Showing replays of the green flag pit stop last year. What a mess. Oh my goodness. I have to keep an eye on that today. We'll probably see a few speeding penalties if we do have green flag stops. And at a track like this, I mean, you can go a couple laps down very quickly. Don't do that. King is dead with a $50 super chat. How generous. He says, here's to hoping that the race today is a great one. Who is everyone's picks for today? Encouraging the conversation. So one of the picks, I think it was double A's. It was Logano. And I mean, every time we go to a plate style track, I think Blaney's a really good pick. But Kyle Busch has the highest average finish at EchoPark Speedway. So that's interesting. Something to keep an eye on. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has the second highest average finish here. Connor Zilic finished 11th here last year. Be interesting to see if he can work his way up. Yeah, huge support there. King is dead. Great way to start off the stream. But definitely don't have to do that. All right, we're side by side. We're about to go green. We're going to have a 60 lap first stage, 100 lap second stage, and a 100 lap final stage. Fuel window 70 to 74 laps. So it looks like we'll be going all out here in stage 1. Stage 2 and 3, we will require a pit stop. So if we go green the whole time, keep an eye out on that. Tiberium says his picks are Hamlin, McDowell, Larson, and Bell. All good picks. King's Dead says Byron. Watching NASCAR and the Braves. Yeah, it's getting about that time. I saw like a couple weeks ago they released these spring training hats for each team. It's just a standard team hat, but with peaches, or no, oranges, yeah, next to their logo, just to represent the Florida spring training. All right, Tyler Reddick is going to take our lead early on. These guys had no practice, so it's probably a good decision. They're spaced out right now. It's kind of ridiculous to have no practice at a track like this really anywhere. But to be fair, they probably would not have gotten practice in yesterday. Logano for a moment pulled out to the lead. Reddick was able to steal it away there. So one of the movers I'll be keeping an eye out on is these guys that started back in the pack. Will they be able to work their way up? Austin Dillon right now, 36th. Denny Hamlin, 35th. Connor Zillage, 33rd. And we have a lot of big names back here. Carson Hocevar's cutting through the field. He got some practice in the truck race. Worked together really well with Kyle Busch. Bowman now scored 35th. Falling back here. And you do not want to get wrapped up in the big one in stage one, especially if you're one of the guys that really needs a good point stay here. But at some point, you're going to have to drive through the pack or take 2 tires on a pit stop, which might be an option. We saw a lot of 2 tire stops in the truck race, and they worked out all right. No, Gragson falling back on the inside. And Blaney's moving around the track. 3 wide for a second. Gonna get some help from Noah Gragson. And Daniel Suarez gonna work his way down to that inside line. Guys changing lanes. They're just taking runs whenever they get them. Gragson just got a good run. He needs to slide up in this high side. He's in the sucker hole right now. There he goes into the outside line. We're side by side. Logano being pushed out front by Brad Keselowski. Wouldn't be shocked to see the Fords run really well here. You know, we've already talked about Logano. We've talked about Blaney. But those RFK guys, I wouldn't take my eye off of them. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate the kind words. It's a shame Exalta's not on the car this year for Byron. Exalta and some other company merged, and so Raptor's on the car now. First run already longer than the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race. Brad still forgot he isn't driving for Penske anymore. You'll see him do that a lot on these plate tracks. He'll work together with Joey or Blaney. You know, they're manufacturer teammates, but he does have some experience driving around with those guys. So it makes sense. A lot of times, Junior and Tony Stewart would try to find each other on the plate tracks and try to work their way through the field, and they worked together really well, even though they weren't teammates. They did drive for the same manufacturer for most of, that early part of their careers. Double A said, here comes Josh Berry. Yeah, I mean, technically a Penske prepared race car, so he should have some speed in it. But it seems like the Wood Brothers Ford is always a little off of what the rest of the Penske's are doing. So good to see him run well. So far, anything could change in a lap. These guys are moving around quite a bit, taking runs, going 3 wide. All it takes is one bad push, one bad block, one spotter not correctly calling something out. Ty Dillon going to move from the... He moved from the high side down to the middle, got around Ty Gibbs and back to the high side. It is just a hornet's nest back in the pack. These guys, oh my goodness, they're going 4 wide. Oh my goodness. You can't make that work here at Atlanta. You don't do 4 wide. You can get away with it for a second. Looks like Hamlin and maybe... Is that SVG? Made some contact there. I'll have to see once their scoreboard goes back around. Tony drove a Pontiac, Chevy, and Toyota. Yeah, that's crazy. 3 for the same owner. It's common for teams or drivers to change manufacturers when they change teams, but that's pretty wild. 3 for the same guy, and not in that many years. Ran Pontiac until what, 02, 03, somewhere in there, and then switched over to Chevy for just a few years, and then they went to Toyota, and then he ended up driving a Ford after. So our current manufacturers, he drove for all of them, and he got a start in a Ram in the Truck Series race last week, so you can add that to his resume. Looking forward to the IndyCar season starting. I just don't like when Indy and Cup go head to head, because if I have to choose one of them to watch, I'm going to watch the NASCAR race. People forget Stewart was in a Toyota in JGR. It was only 1 year. Yeah, he got out very shortly after that, which is wild. I mean, left a top team to step out and go fund his own venture. Got back with Chevy for a while, got a championship out of it, and then eventually swapped manufacturers to Ford, which I honestly was the beginning of their downfall. I mean, they still had good years as Ford. That's obvious, but I just think Stewart's interest was much less. It was good to see the 00 and the 41 do really well yesterday. That was great. Haas Automotive, the remaining skeleton cars from the SHR Haas split, with Tony leaving the sport. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has Chef Boyardee flying around this track. Yesterday's races were insane, especially the O'Reilly race. Ross Hale Melland Hill. Sheldon Creed won his first race. Yeah, that was really fun. Really fun. A lot of comers and goers, guys that like Sam Mayer that went 4 laps down and made a run towards the, you know, competitive top 5 cars. Really impressive. And then, yeah, Sheldon Creed, former teammate there to Austin Hill, had so many shots to win in that 2 car, and I got some of them robbed away by his teammate. So good to see him get one over on Austin Hill. And Austin Hill, what a save. And then when he rejoined, I mean, the field got around him. It was really impressive. And he still finished 12th. Fox is too zoomed in with most of their camera angles. It's not hard to do it like the CW. Yeah, that's true. They're trying to be really fancy with this split box on screen right now, but it just takes away from the view of everything else. So I don't mind this momentarily. This is a sponsored camera shot anyway. But yeah, I prefer more zoomed out shots. I wish they had shots from the infield wall, especially in the backstretch. If you go back and watch really old races, nowadays really old, they have a lot of shots from crowd level, but like on the backstretch, and you really get a sense of the speed of the cars, and you can see, you know, how they're jostling around a lot better than with these motion shots. The sense of speed is drastically lowered when the camera's constantly panning with the cars. There are things they could do better, but for the 500, it was a decent broadcast, especially by Fox standards. And this week seems pretty good so far, too. All right, that inside line's kind of fallen back. Yeah. Not a lot of support on that inside. They're going to have to get in where they fit in. Byron is going to jump up to the high side. He's going to put Barry on the inside now. Barry may have been leading that inside, honestly. But yeah, Byron's up there now. Looks like everyone's just trying to find a place to fit into the high side real quick. Some of them might be somewhat fuel saving. Might be. That means less fuel you'll have to take under this next caution. But they can make it to the end of this stage, so they don't have to save fuel. It's just an option. Still can't believe Haas owns 2 teams in Formula 1. Yeah. Big money over there. I wish they ran better. That would have been nice. But now we have Cadillacs, so, you know, we have 2 shots to have an American team win each week. Tyler Reddick's still out front, just controlling this race, even with 2 Fords behind him. Chase Elliott diving down to the inside. He's going to make up a couple positions here. He's going to make up, almost 3 positions. He's going to get stuck on the inside line. He's going to get some help here from Josh Berry. They're 3 wide for the lead. Brad Keselowski out front. Reddick was able to get back in line. So he's broken up the 2 Fords on the outside line. 77 off the pace. What's that about? They built the Cadillac F1 car in Fishers, Indiana. It's been impressive watching that whole effort come together. I think there'll be a little more interest from some United States viewers because of the Cadillac team, but because of the switch over from ESPN to Apple TV, I think they're going to have a viewership decline and at the minimum stagnation. Apple TV is just a death sentence for most sports leagues. All right, Chase Elliott finally able to slot up into the high side. So we've had our 3 manufacturers at the front of the pack. A lot more Fords up there, but there's some Chevys not far behind. Biggest mover since start of the race: Austin Cindric, Alex Bowman, Connor Zilic, Chase Briscoe, and Ryan Blaney. Impressive. Where is some of our stragglers, or where are some of our stragglers? There we go. Denny Hamlin. That Ricky up the track? That was sketchy. Benny back there in 30th. SVG 24th. That was Trish's pick. Bowman working his way up to 19th. Not bad. Kyle Busch, our highest average finisher here at EchoPark Speedway, 17th. All right, inside lines coming back together a little further back. Logano out front. Keselowski has fallen back quite a bit. Ryan Blaney trying to get by. No help right now. And William Byron coming up through the field. Not too bad. Man, they're really just dicing it up through the pack here. I mean, you'll see a guy lead, and then a couple laps later, he's in 7th. Cindric moving up from 7th to 3rd. I mean, a lot of movement through the pack right now. Good racing so far. Outside line in general, is the most stable way. Becomes the dominant line very frequently here in this configuration. But you're able to make up a lot of ground on the inside line. So you see guys take those runs down to the inside. And they've gotten some pretty big runs today. So it's looking really good. Oh, yeah. Kingested's bringing up Jimmy Johns again. I'll spoil it, but he tried Jimmy John's last night and liked it. We're not sponsored, we just like food. Look back through the field while we're under this side-by-side coverage. Ooh, looks like Busch a little off the pace there. He has moved up a bit, though. That may drop once this updates. Alex Bowman down a few spots from when we last checked. And Brad back to 10th. I mean, he went from the lead all the way back here. Ricky was maybe in second place, and he's back to 12th. I mean, there's some comers and goers right now. Three HMS guys in the top 10. Not a bad running for them so far. No tomatoes, no mayo. It's a good order. You can get a good sandwich at Jimmy John's. I don't think I've ever had one where I was like, that wasn't good. But now that they have the toasted sandwiches, I'm going to try one of those. They have a ham and cheese that looks decent. We'll see. Next week, the IndyCar season is going to kick back off. Sadly, that will move NASCAR over to Fox Sports 1 for much of their remaining schedule, other than a few big or bigger races. Joey Logano back out front. I mean, just able to make his presence known. He got shuffled out a little bit, worked his way back up there. It's crazy to me. EchoPark used to just be a race sponsor, and they still are at other tracks, but now they bought the naming rights to the whole track, which I'm not a huge fan of, but it is a reminder. You know, we used to have a low speedway. Did Hocevar cut a tire earlier? It looked like it. Let's see if he's down any laps. 2 laps off the pace. I would say yes. It's going to be difficult to work that back off, but if no one else goes a lap down here, which looks like there's a pretty good shot of them making it to the end without Eric Jones going down a lap, he'll get 1 lap back, and then he'll be competitive for the first car lap down if someone else goes a lap down. So that it's super important for him to get his lap back here. Either, you know, at this next caution or at this stage break. You got a Chevy winning, Ross Chastain fan. A lot of them in the field. Not a bad choice. You have to make a sound and hold it up at the Indy 500. It'll say like and subscribe to AZtronics. I had a dream that YouTube announced there was going to be merchandise made for my channel, but I wasn't involved. And I was like, what's going on here? What kind of arrangement is this? All right, when we get back from this commercial, a lot of commercials so far, thankfully side by side. Chase Elliott. Fell back lower in the top 10, and now he was in the lead. Now they have him scored second. Even though their leaderboard hasn't updated. Reddick is back in the lead. I don't know, who's this other guy? In this tiny side-by-side box, I can't see who's leading. That might be Hocevar. Okay, that's Hocevar leading that pack currently. He does not want to go another lap down here. This would be really bad for Hocevar. I know they're, competing, but it would have been, the nice thing, the gentleman's thing, to let Hocevar lead this pack, or at least have a shot at it. So Hocevar will be scored 3 laps down here shortly. You used to see that. Back before the days of the free pass, you would see the leader, pull to the side sometimes and let some lap cars by. Oh, you don't see how many laps left? There are so many laps left. Let me fix that. There's no shortage of laps. Hopefully that's a bit better. Why is there a pound sign next to Connor's name? That is the rookie emblem. That's a good question. And he's the only rookie this year. So Connor Zilic will be our 2026 NASCAR Rookie of the Year. Congratulations. Even though it's just the second race of the year, we know that barring some unforeseen circumstance, Connor Zilic is going to take that title. Brad got too loose, falling back through the pack. He's back there behind Bowman now. He's falling way off the pace. Hocevar is also falling back. I guess he just doesn't want to junk it. Maybe making a good call here. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Eric Jones, 20 seconds off the pace. So he should stay on the lead lap. Bubba Wallace making an appearance up here. Byron's going to go down to that inside line and work down there. And I'm just going to slide back up into the high line. Cindric's going to take the shorter way around the track, go down and help Bubba. They got really squirrely there. That was sketchy. We almost stacked the whole field up there. That was close. Yeah, I don't think we'll expand into shirts and stuff yet. Maybe one day. Maybe whenever we cross 20K, we can do it. If and when that happens. Bubba Wallace out front. White flag, 1 lap to go. Well, the green and white flag, I think it is. All right, Cindric to the lead. We have 2 Chevys on the outside. How much help is Chase Elliott going to give to Bubba Wallace? Some decent help. Going to push him out in front of Larson there. They're side by side coming to the line. I think Bubba might have got him there at the end. Yep. Cindric, Wallace, Larson, Byron, Elliott, Reddick, Bush, Logano, Zilic, and Blaney all receiving stage points. Huge stage win for Austin Cindric. Good points there for Kyle Busch. Connor Zillich getting a couple. Ryan Blaney getting a stage point. These are super important. If you get big stage points like Austin Cindric, he's going to get 10 here. If he gets more than 5 in stage 2, even if he wrecks out of the race and ends up finishing low 20s, that'll act as if, you know, he finished in the mid-teens. It'll give him that many points. So it's huge to get these stage points. Yeah, for sure, Jason. Yeah. I love hanging out, hearing what you guys think about the race. Oftentimes, you guys will have some different perspectives from what I'm thinking about and seeing. So really, the main thing that happened there, Reddick led them off. Fords looked strong early. And Hocevar cutting a tire down. And losing 3 laps. He's going to get one of them back. So it's looking better, but he needs everyone else to stay on the lead lap here during this next stage. And Austin Cindric takes stage 1. Carson Hocevar commercial on TV. Now let's check this out. If we have any replays, we'll pull that up. We just have a shot of the start of the race on the official NASCAR channel. Let's go to Fox NASCAR. Yeah, we have a replay of the final lap here. We'll get that pulled up. So it was interesting to me. You have 2 HMS guys on the outside, not able to stay together there. Not very well. But Elliott gave a huge shove to Bubba Wallace, and Bubba ends up grabbing a stage point from Kyle Larson there at the line. And Chase ended up falling back behind Byron. Interesting. So it didn't work out well for him in the long run. Yeah, good final lap. It's been some good racing so far in stage 1. We haven't seen a big one yet, which is good. I don't like seeing them wad up the field early in the race. But it does leave us with less to talk about. All right, we're going to see pretty much everybody pit. Might see some guys run around the track and pit this next time by. even though, yeah, I mean, you couldn't even make it. You couldn't make it if you ran this next stage and took one stop additional. Uh-oh. Pit road pit road mishaps. I joined two words together there and made one I wasn't intending to say. So Chase Elliott falling outside the top 10 there. Not a good stop. But Kyle Larson getting out first, Byron second. Gregson will actually gain 8 positions. Bubba Wallace will lose a position. So we have some movement there during the pit stops. I'll make a note of that. Chase Elliott slides through box during the pit cycle. Larson and Byron get out 1, 2. And I'll make a note, Gregson was up 8 spots. You're loving Larson's paint scheme. The Valvoline paint schemes are fantastic. They're really good. I think they always have been. Go filters. Chroma key. There we go. I was able to add the color back to my hat. My green screen was picking that up as green with my head turned. Stage is so calm and boring, sort of. I wouldn't say boring. I think it's fun watching these guys get big runs. Actually able to pass. You know, Daytona, especially in stage 3, we were just fuel saving. That was boring. That was really boring. I just used way too much of this. Welcome back, Jason. Taking his OSHA mandated cigarette break. That's an American right there. That's a patriot. I have a burn pit going there. Not a bad idea. Good to see Chris Myers out here. He put out a book last year. So I don't know if you guys are interested to hear about Chris Myers' career and life experiences, but he has a book. I'm not even going to take a stab at that one, Ross. Yeah, King is a big cigar guy. Big fan of the cigars. Man, they got Chris Myers out here in the trenches. Really cold. The temperature dropped like 20 degrees from early Saturday to now. I mean, wild. You met Chris Myers last year after the Bristol Day race. That's really cool. I would love to see him. I wanted to buy his book before it came out because he autographed a bunch of them. I wanted to get one of the autographed copies and give it to my dad. I think he would like it. He knows a lot about sports. He's covered all the big ones for Fox. Had a great career so far. Not sure what it was like in the early days, what he did back then. But for the last almost 30 years, closing in on 30 years, he's been with Fox here, I think NFL, probably some MLB, all over the place. Any other sports they cover. You never know where you'll see a NASCAR commentator pop up. Like Alan Bestwick does the race call at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So if you go there, you'll hear a lot of Alan Bestwick. I feel bad he lost his son. I have a feeling that's a lot of what the book was about. I think, especially when you deal with a loss that big, you gain a different perspective on life, and a lot of people want to share it, once they make that discovery. And even though you can read it, you can read their perspective, you can try to find that emotion that they experience. You'll never know. Sorry, we got depressing there for a second, talking about death and loss. So it'd be interesting to check that out. Let me look up what his book's called and give it a shout out. That deserves a wow. Untold stories of legends, champions, their wins, and heartbreaks. This is his second book. His first one was NASCAR's Nation, How Racing Values Mirrors America's. Interesting. Interesting. That Deserves a Wow is the 2024 memoir by Emmy-winning broadcaster Chris Myers, co-written with Travis Thrasher, that shares behind-the-scenes stories from his career covering major sports events and interviewing legends like Muhammad Ali, Tom Brady, Serena Williams, and offering personal anecdotes from historic moments like the 1989 World Series earthquake and the O.J. Simpson interview. So it may not be as much of a personal book, but still sounds like an interesting read. Alan Bestwick and Jamie Little. What a combo. What a combo. Alan does such a good job. I was hoping when Prime, came in, TNT, all these new broadcasters, CW, I was hoping someone would pick up Alan Bestwick. He's too good not to have in the sport. But he seems to be happy where he's at, so if he's happy, that's good. But I selfishly would want him to be on TV. I think some of my earliest memories of NASCAR was the CBS days. And then when they switched broadcast partners in 2001, or even back into the 90s, Alan Bestwick was all over the place. You know, he was in the NASCAR year-end documentaries, or little year-end review videos. He was on the broadcast. And that continued throughout the early 2000s. It's a shame. Once ESPN left the sport, he still had a contract with ESPN, so he had to stay with them for a couple extra years, covering all these random sports. Doing a good job of it, but I miss seeing him. Jason said he misses the days of Tom Carnegie on the PA system. The PA guys have a great gig. They do. Because you'll see one guy get it and hold it for 40 years. And they develop a bunch of history. They know everything there is to know about that event or that race. Let's take a look through our leaderboard here. Look further back. Carson Hocevar just down a lap now. Not bad. So I wonder if he did go 3 laps down earlier, or if he just went down 1. Just going to change my notes to losing laps. It's been a quiet stage 2 so far. I mean, they're still racing really hard. We're just not wadding them up, which is good. If they want to do that on the last lap, I'm okay with it, but I don't want to see a big wreck this early. We have some cars just jostling around through the field. All it takes is one bad push, and we're going to have 10 guys collected. All right, Bubba down on the inside. Byron and Larson going around on the high side. Larson's going to clear. Left his teammate there on the outside. Wallace is going to get a little run here. No help behind Byron. Cindric is nowhere close. Now they're both really far out ahead. Byron and Wallace side by side. Looks like Wallace might slot in the high side. He did. And now Byron's going to go around his teammate. Or attempt it. He's not going to clear. So Byron's going to get stuck on the inside. If you don't clear and you don't have... Oh my goodness. We have a big wreck back in the field. A few cars involved. I see Ty Gibbs immediately. Josh Berry. Josh may be able to continue later in the race. I mean, these guys might be able to make repairs, but Gibbs' car looks pretty done. And there's a fire. Ty Gibbs has set the grass on fire. Need to get a safety car out there real quick. My goodness. Jason said his coworker, Jack, he calls him Higgy, works at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for 20 years, and then COVID hit, lost his job there, and came to Amazon about 6 years ago. That does suck. Yeah, a lot of people made career transitions during that time period. had a little part-time gig at the Space Center out here. I would work security for some of their events. And I mean, not even a fully part-time job. And it was a very occasional thing. Like once every other month, I might work a few hours. And it was just a fun way to stay connected with some of my old coworkers. But when COVID hit, the Space Center had to, close for a while. Lost a bunch of money. And they laid off most of the employees. A lot of people had been there over 10 years. And they were let go. Ty Gibbs and Josh Berry. What lap was that? I wasn't paying attention. So this is my reminder for you guys. If you're a member of the NASCAR Fan Rewards program, you need to go on your app and check in. Hit that check-in button right now. So now I'm checked in. That gets us 50 points. And those points do stack up quickly. It's a free program to join, and you're able to use those points, redeem them for race tickets, merchandise, sweepstakes entries, gift cards. It's a great program. NASCAR offers it for free. If you're tuning in each week, there's no reason not to join the program. All right, they haven't updated what the lap was yet. When the caution came out, it was probably around lap 82. Might be 83. Ty Gibbs is on the radio saying, "Grandpa, I need a Monster Energy." Let's go. I have my Ty Gibbs juice here. I love cracking open a cold can of Ty Gibbs. That's good stuff. That's really good stuff. I need a Monster sponsorship. They sponsor so many other teams, sports. They can slide me a few dollars. They don't have to slide me dollars. Just give me a hat. And maybe some free Monster. They'd probably lose half their customer base if I wasn't buying. Had a Red Bull just now. The Red Bull cars do look better. The Red Bull cars are great. Jason says, cookout at Ross Chastain fan's house. Good stuff. I like fire, so I'll set the grass on fire. That's crazy. I mean, it is, very early spring, very late winter, whatever you want to call it. The grass is dead still in the infield, so I'm not surprised it caught on fire. You were helping flip houses during COVID? That sounds like something I would like doing. It's hard on the body, but I think it's a rewarding career to work with your hands. Red Bull cans at Target. 50 cents. Being a pricing error update. 3 boxes for $6. 12 cans total. They're running a promo on a 4-pack of Red Bull. 3 boxes for $6. That's a pretty good deal. 50 cents per can. If you're a fan of Red Bull, Go check out Target. I know King's a huge fan of Red Bull, loves Red Bull. All right, how hard is this contact? Hamlin gets in. It's a decent shot to the right front, but he should be fine. Could have been a lot worse. It was lap 82. Lap 82. It's turned from 15th in turn 3. Hits Christopher Bell and collects Josh Berry. Herbst and Hamlin also involved. That's our first caution for incident today. Let's see if we have a replay up. May not have one just yet. We'll see. We do. Fox NASCAR on it this year. Let's go ahead and get that replay up for you guys. It's all it takes. One bad move. Chase Elliott back there. Look at Chase. Easily could have been involved. Bowman barely missing out on it. Stenhouse gonna slip by. Suarez gonna slip by. Chris Buescher on the inside as well. I mean, a lot of good cars back there. They're lucky this wasn't a bigger crash. They both washed up the track, thankfully. If they'd gone down the track, we probably collected a lot more guys. Man. Winter, spring is called Sprinter, where you're from. You had Nalani Energy earlier. Yeah, they should have. They should have kept that fire going. Maybe those track workers, they can warm up a bit. Which I'm sure they were just sitting in a pickup truck or something. Probably not very cold. Ty Gibbs just brought spring back because of the fire. Yeah, they need some heat here. So this is the track at its coldest. It'll be really interesting to see how different the car handles and how the race develops in July when they go back. Because you would think they'd be even more spaced out, getting even bigger runs. The way Ty Gibbs hit the wall reminds him of the Dale Earnhardt wreck at Daytona. Yeah, anytime you see a car ride hook in the corner, it's hard not to think of that. I think for a lot of people, it's just ingrained in the memory. Look at the 34 in this replay. Oh, yeah, just squeaking by. Herbst almost took him out. Who's going around here further back? Was that... It's a green car. I'm not sure who that is further back spinning. Golly. Yeah, what a hard hit. Barry getting turned. Unlucky there for Barry to get involved. I want to look at that one more time. So Barry has it almost clear, gets tagged by Ty Gibbs. He was going to hit the outside wall already, but any chance he had of saving it and continuing ended when Denny piled into the back of him. Denny made a business decision. Cue the song from Billy Joel, "We Didn't Start the Fire." That's a good one. That's a good one. It's crazy how well he did that song. That most of the topics he covers in the song are still known today. If someone remade that song today, 2026, they would probably pick some really topical stuff that wouldn't be relevant in even 5 years' time. But that Billy Joel song still, you know, you're like, okay, yeah, I've heard of that. I know about that. That's still happening. So really well done. I love Billy Joel. Look at this slow motion. So it goes down, hits Bell. If Bell wasn't there, no one else behind gets involved. Ty Gibbs just spins across the infield. Probably doesn't hit anything. And as long as he doesn't get in the grass, probably doesn't tear the car up. But Bell being there, wrong place, wrong time, helping take out his teammate and give some right front damage to another. Ty Gibbs did start the fire. Said, meet the guys going over the wall for Chase Elliott and Team Hendricks 9 car. And then immediately after, not a great stop for Chase Elliott in the 9 team. You can't ride it any better. So these guys are already saving fuel. There's no way they're going to make it the whole stage. Even if they pit there under this caution, it's still going to be extremely close whether or not they can make it. So I'd be surprised to see a little fuel savings here. And that'll provide passing opportunities. So if guys do start saving fuel, unlike Daytona, where you get gridlocked, they may actually have some room to work with here. So that'll be interesting. Who wants to move through the field? Who wants the stage points? And who's going to try to play it safe and just make it to the end of this stage? Put our leaderboard back up. Let's look through this where they are. Kyle out front. Reddick second. Byron third. So we have HMS guys possibly going to line up nose to tail. Zillage up here. Zillage, his only other finish, his only other start here is 11th. That was his finishing position in that race. So his very first attempt here went very well. He's run up towards the top 10 throughout this race, and now he's solidly in the top 10. McDowell up here. McDowell was a pick I heard earlier. Joey was a pick I heard. Ross Chastain fan. There's your guy. In pre-race show, Fox played Go Faster from NASCAR 06. That's awesome. I love when the broadcasters, the people at the track, just anyone NASCAR related or any NASCAR involved thing uses a song from one of the old video games. I heard them playing Magic Carpet Ride at the track last night. Larson the arsonist in the lead. Hey, don't make me go get my Larson hat. I want to get more hats of like all these different drivers, but hats are expensive. For the like average hat, for the average NASCAR hat, you're looking at $45 minimum. unless you get it on sale. But it would be nice after a race win if I could put each driver's hat on. I need to just email the teams. Can I have a hat, please? Can I please have a hat? I'll wear it, I promise. All right, Larson out front, Byron in second. Chastain scored third. So we have a few Chevys towards the front. Couple Toyotas up here, some Fords. A good mix of manufacturers. Still keeping an eye on Bowman. He started this race deep in the field. Kyle Busch currently scored 19th. Kyle had a great move at the end of the 500. He just left the pack. He was running, you know, towards the top 10. After a couple laps, he got shuffled out back to around 30th. Or near 30th. He completely backed off the pace. The big one happened in front of him, and he gained 15 positions. If he had stayed in the pack, he probably would have been in the wreck. So great call by Kyle Busch. They're cheaper on Amazon. I'll have to check that out. I love a nice hat. Blaney's stuck on the inside there. Kyle Busch going to go with his Chevy teammate. Now Daniel Suarez stuck middle 3 wide with Chevy help behind. So Blaney's just getting hung out to dry by a lot of Chevys back here in the pack. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. going to go down low. We have one car up high. I'm not sure who that was. Golly, with that sun at the entrance of turn 1 going into turn 2, that is brutal. For sure, Jason, for sure. Just for you, I may try to find a Chase Elliott Prime hat. They look pretty good. I don't have any Chase Elliott hats, period. I have a Bowman hat, I have a Larson hat, I have Byron hats. No Chase Elliott hats. Although I do have some of his die-cast. So Joey's crew chief just told him we are not saving. It's going to be nerve-wracking towards the end of this stage if they can make it or not, because the window they showed at the start of the race was, I think, 70 to 74 laps. Obviously, the guys further back in the pack will be saving a bit more fuel compared to the guys at the front. You got the Prime t-shirt and the 2020 Chase Elliott NASCAR champion hat. Good hat. Thank you, Doodlebug. Thank you. Just for you, Doodlebug. I'll be right back. I have my Kyle Larson hat. Has some dog hair over it. It fell on the carpet before I had cleaned the carpet up. I have to go over it every few days and remove dog hair. Just dog hair everywhere. It's a good hat. It's one of the stretchbacks. Thicker material, so it does get hot. It's one reason I really like this hat. It's very thin. Oh, huge wreck? I didn't even see it. Did I step away right during a big crash? I see Raleigh Herbst involved. Lap 104. So tentatively, we're going to call this lap 104. Herbst, we got that Chef Boyardee, not the finish he wanted. For Ricky Stenhouse Jr. I was so focused on talking about the Kyle Larson hat that I missed the wreck. We're still side by side. There was a time when NASCAR would jump back to coverage if a caution came out. Not a caution, a commercial, but we just have to wait and see when we get a replay posted. Let's see how they have these guys scored. Ty Gibbs and Josh Berry both off. Herbst will probably join them. Stenhouse. BJ McLeod also off the pace. Was he involved? 34 on pit road. So Herbst starting this year tearing up 2 race cars. That one's not in a terrible way. If there's no suspension or steering damage, they may be able to get that one back running. But those bodies just hide damage so well, so all kinds of things on the inside could be damaged. So he turns Austin Dillon. Austin spins pretty clean. Almost took out a little more contact for the 3 there. 41 also involved. Blaney almost got right hooked into the outside wall. I mean, another foot, not even, another few inches. I think I got most everybody. I just gotta put the reason for the incident. What a way to kick off stage 2. Very quiet stage 1. Stage 2 has not been quiet so far. It's picked up for sure. See if we have a replay posted yet. No, still no post yet. Let's see what Eric Jones in car looks like. He's going to back it down the track. Good call there. Kept it clean. Chris Buescher also narrowly escaping another big wreck. He's been near both of these early ones. Involved Dylan, Gilliland, Herb, Smith, Custer, Stenhouse, and BJ. I think I got them all on my notes. Herb, Stenhouse, Custer, Smith, Gilliland, BJ, Dylan. That's a pretty big one. I think most of those guys will continue, but Herbst and Stenhouse may be done. BJ being a smaller team, they might be done. We'll see. I'm not sure how much damage they sustained. All right, a lot of guys coming down for fuel. Think that's pretty smart. But there's a chance these guys coming down are going to be involved in the next big one. That's the downside of coming down pit road and losing that track position. Herbst drove through Dylan. That's what it looked like. I wanted to see a replay, and once one gets posted here on Twitter, I'll show you guys. We can break it down. But from the start of it, it looks like Herbst spun Dylan. But there may be more to the story. Golly. Fox still has not posted a replay yet. Let's see if the official NASCAR page has. Nothing so far. So just waiting on a replay to be posted. Let's scroll the leaderboard back up. Yeah, pretty much everyone involved. Further down the running order. Buescher back here, just keeping it clean so far. Brad, Eric Jones, a couple of the guys that came down pit road there. John Hunter Nemechek. Not a bad call. Not a bad call. If they can stay clean. Herbst needs to go back to the O'Reilly series. He wasn't even that good in that series, you know, back when it was Xfinity. He only got what, a win or two, and not many. So yeah, not a good career over there. And then pays his way into a cup ride. Corey Heim should be in the 35. He just doesn't have the money. Herb's family does. That's the difference. After his, you know, heroic teamwork to help his teammate to the win at the 500 and then crash everyone behind him. You know, Brad, you know, possibly, he had a huge head of steam. Possibly could have beat Tyler Reddick to the line, but Herbst took everybody out. Everybody. All right, we do have a replay here. My dog wanted to grab one of his toys from outside. The green screen does not like my dog. Not on these settings. Head. That bad boy on. He just likes to be held. He's a big baby. All right, pace cars on pit road. You tried to stream Fox Live and it shows last year's race? Oh, I'm not sure how that happened. This race is on Big Fox, so if you have an antenna or want to get one, it's a good way to pull in these over-the-air races. The whole O'Reilly Auto Parts season can be watched on antenna. But if you need a place to see it, if you're having trouble finding it, then I would look at, hypothetically, this website may or may not exist, dd12streams.com. If that website did exist, if a website with that name happened to be real, then you might be able to watch the NASCAR race there. Just maybe. I would never do it. But the option's there. Yeah, I'm not sure how you got last year's race. I mean, we're watching Fox right now on antenna and YouTube TV. Hopefully you're not watching FS1. Reddick almost stacked the field up. And 223.11 guys up front with Toyota help. This is the best organized they've been all race. Oh, really dark in here all of a sudden. All right, especially with those caution laps, we should be looking a little better on making it to the end of this stage. But the guys further back are definitely not saving fuel. Yes, local Fox network. That is correct. Yes. Not on Fox Sports 1. This weekend, thank goodness. I hate when the races are on cable. It's not very many, or it's not very many, but not as many people have a cable package that includes Fox Sports 1 and USA. So when they shift the races away from being free on your local network to being locked behind an $80 cable package, I'm not a huge fan of that. Although this year, if you have the Fox Sports 1 subscription just to their streaming service, you can watch the NASCAR season, or at least the first half, through their app. And you can also bundle it with ESPN. So if you're a sports fan, If all you watch is ESPN and NASCAR, that's a good way to do it and save some money. Oh my goodness, these guys are dicing it up. Yeah, let's look back through our leaderboard while we're here at side by side, see what we can see. Herbst unknown, so they may be out. I think they have off and out confused, so I need to fix that still. But it's not a major issue. They'll probably be off soon. It looks like they're trying to repair, as of right now, Herbst and BJ's rides. Yellen 2 laps down. JJ Yaley definitely going to go a lap down here. So keep an eye out for when JJ comes up. That may stack up the field in a big way. Further back, Chris Buescher working his way up. These guys that pitted already moving back up in to the mid-pack range. SVG top 10 currently. Connor Zilic 9th. Not bad, but our Toyotas are still in the position of control right now. And Zilic just tried to take him 3 wide on the inside. These guys are getting racy. Some big pushes. Hocevar thought about going 3 wide there. Didn't have the speed. His run died out when he got near the back bumper of Bowman's car. Wallace up the track a bit. Huge push coming on the outside. And Wallace is going to go to the high side. Reddick's going to dive down low. 2:23.11 guys. Side by side here. Let's see if one of them can clear. So we have several Chevys on the inside. We have the Toyotas on the outside now. Ross Chastain behind them. Man, great start to the year for SVG. Fox is having 10 races in the local network. Who pays for cable? You have an antenna with built-in rotor, plus Samsung phone connects to your TV. Anything on your phone you can watch on the TV. Yeah, I love watching on the antenna. It's less delayed. I think it's a clearer broadcast as long as you have, good signal. I like it a lot. So I'll watch as many races as I can. Like, I have YouTube TV pulled up. I do have a cable package, but whenever I have the option of watching the antenna, I do. I have one in here, and then I also have one in the living room. The one in the living room is a bit better. Ooh, no. Kyle Busch. Dunzo into the inside wall hard. That's going to ruin his first place average finish. I mean, not first place average, but he has the highest average finish at this configuration of Atlanta Motor Speedway. That's tough. That's tough for Kyle. He had a good points day at Daytona. Able to stay out of the big one. So he got some points. Finished on the higher side of mid-pack. but he will not be so fortunate today. Bowman up to 14th. That's about the highest he's been all day. Saw him making some moves on the inside. Brad, Ryan, these guys that pitted on the last stop, working their way back up through the field. Denny making his presence finally shown and known inside the top 20. He's been running lower throughout the day. Buscher's still back here. I don't know if they're saving their stuff or what, but they've been hanging out towards the back. Huge hit by Kyle Busch there. Yeah, and the just another note about Fox. I mean, if you have an antenna, you can pull in the whole IndyCar season. Every IndyCar race is on main Fox. I wish NASCAR had a deal like that. But Fox owns part of IndyCar, so that they have financial stake in the success of that series. Yeah, Co Busch. Golly. He goes up to the high side, fills a hole that man, Kyle Busch doggy just with some very sad dots on the chat. Those are the saddest dots I've ever seen. That was not the finish that Kyle was hoping for today. He, you know, this is one of his best shots at a win in this RCR car. Disappointing. Bang. Hard hit. Kept his hands on the wheel though. So they're going to tow his vehicle back to the garage area. He might be done for the day, but if they can make repairs, he can possibly salvage 10 points here. They would need to get it repaired fast and hope for another big one to take out several cars, but points racing is back. You're no longer hoping for winning, you're in. These guys need to do what they can to get back out on track. So BJ McLeod is now out of the race. And Riley Herbst still shown as out. He's in the garage. Not completely out of it yet. So our leaders are coming down pit road. Blaney's going to go ahead and take fuel now. Hamlin coming with him. Does Hamlin have a right or a left rear going down? There's no lettering on it, and there's some damage on the left rear of his Camry. Cheddar got shredded. Yeah. Yeah, the RCR guys, they have a shot, you know, at the plate tracks, obviously, this or the super speedway style tracks. And then their average finish on road courses and short tracks are better, at least for Kyle Busch. Austin Dillon, he's all over the place. You know, we know how that goes. But yeah, Kyle has his best runs at those tracks. All right, under commercial here. What lap was that caution? Let me open NASCAR app. I forgot to take notes there. Let me see if we have a replay. If we do, I'll pull that up. We should by now. Yeah. Okay, we have a replay of that one bookmarked. Bookmark that one. All right, big hit for Kyle Busch there. Now, while we have that up, I'm going to take some notes for our post-race show. So, for those of you that are new here, after the race, I'm going to update this, don't worry. After the race, we will be doing our post-race show live, so it'll automatically transition over there. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You don't have to change the channel if you don't want to. And we would love to have you. We'd love to have you guys. You'll be able to call in and share your thoughts. Speaking of, let's go with 3 minutes. So I have that ready to go. Yeah, Fox, highly inconsistent on their camera shots. Occasionally you'll see a really good one, and more often than not, you'll see a way too zoomed in one, or they'll be focused on the wrong part of the accident. See that quite a bit. So they have it as lap 103, one of our last cautions. Let me get that corrected. I lap 104 typed out. Lap 107, Carson Hocevar gets a too fast entering. And lap 125, Kyle Busch. So Kyle Busch won yesterday's truck race, and then today can't back that up. Lap 128, Ryan Preece too fast entering. You expect mistakes under green flag, but under the yellow flag, not as much. All right, we're back green flag racing. So Byron shoved Reddick clear of Wallace. Reddick is going to pull back up. We have 3 Toyotas to get in that outside line. 2 HMS guys stuck behind them. Byron on the inside, Larson on the outside. Larson going to make a move to the inside. Give some support to his teammate. Got a really big run there. Almost cleared up. Not able to make it. But he's going to get a huge push from Byron here. Reddick almost got right hooked. So now Larson's side by side with Reddick. We have a mixture of manufacturers and teammates. We have a Hendrick guy behind a 2311 guy, and we have a 2311 guy behind a Hendrick guy. So it's mixed loyalties here. Byron's still leading that inside line. Larson going to dive it back down. He's going to clear. Larson to the lead. Byron got left behind. Not good for Byron. So Kyle Larson is our leader. Tiger Stripes Media, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Nice to have you guys here. All right, while we're running side by side, real quick, let's look back through the field, see if anything stands out. Kyle Busch showing 10 laps down now. Todd Gilliland, the only car running that's laps down. Ryan Preece just served a too fast entering penalty. Carson served one earlier. Already back up to 13th. Good recovery for him. SVG still in the top 10. Impressive for these Trackhouse Chevrolets. Very impressive. Just a quick look through the field. So Bubba Wallace to the inside. Might... if Logano had gotten there, he would have gotten a good shove. You know, Logano's going to push you to the front. Byron just got shuffled out. He's in the sucker hole. Can he slot back in up high? I don't know if he was able to clear. He had it for a second. He may have gotten a break there from SVG. That got close. So Byron able to make a recovery. He could go back to the bottom if he wanted. Not going to make the move there. Wallace falling further back, competing for the lead. Now he's back there hanging on to the top 5. There's a gaggle of cars behind them. They're 3 wide further back. Oh my goodness. How many laps can we do this? These guys are racy today. At the end of the race, it's going to be crazy. I mean, it's already picking up. This is just the end of stage 2. We still have 122 laps to go, coming to 121. Man, the truck race was really fun. The O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race was really fun. This one so far, I mean, as good as those races were, this one's better. They're very racy. Huge runs. I'm loving the dive bombs in the corners. Xfinity fastest lap so far, held by Carson Hocevar. That could be the 1 point that gets him into the chase. Oh my goodness. The right side window blew out on Hocevar's car. That's crazy. I didn't see anything about that. All right. Under commercial here. Are we going to go side by side, or is this going to be our first full screen? All right, going side by side. Thank goodness. Those HMS guys, they may get shuffled out, but they can work their way back up through the field pretty well. Bowman's been trying to work his way out of a hole all race. Started around 30th, maybe lower, maybe in 36th. It was really bad. You love side by side. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna have to throw, if you're gonna run a commercial anyway, side by side's a good way to do it. It's annoying to miss green flag laps under commercial, but that used to be our reality. Before side by side existed, they would go to commercial for 5 laps. When they come back, it would be like, oh, we just had a big crazy wreck and you guys missed it. Tiger says he's going to Talladega in April. I usually go to the spring race. I'm not sure if I'm going to this year. I may go on Saturday. I don't know if I'm going to go on Sunday. So if I'm there, then maybe we can bump into each other. Finally change your picture on here. It hasn't updated on my end yet, but it probably will shortly. Who was Kyle mad at? I'm not sure who he pulled back in line in front of, but Kyle not only jumped back into the outside line, he also backed out of the throttle and he just got run over. Fox is starting to come back since they're always side by side during green. The coverage has been a bit better. The camera angles could improve, but the production value has definitely taken a step in the right direction so far. I was cautious last week that the broadcast may have been good just because it was the 500, because Fox a lot of times will go all out for the 500 and then they don't care about the rest of their NASCAR schedule. That's all right, Warren. You'll always be one of us. Yeah, Talladaga's a good time. I usually go in the spring because I know I'm not going to go in the fall. Because it's, college football season. I don't want to be at the racetrack and miss good football. It could just be that the race is on Big Fox. Yeah, that's a really good point. It'll be interesting to see what the coverage is like once we go back to FS1. On my way. Yeah, that's a little out of the way. King and I were throwing around the idea of making our way up to Indy at some point. So we might get up there at some point. At some point. My goodness, front of the pack. We went 3 wide there. Ross Chastain just got shuffled out. Chase Briscoe gonna clear for the lead, but Larson's gonna have a run here into 3. I don't think he was able to make up ground. Now will Chase go with his teammates to the inside? Oh my goodness, Ross Chastain is all over the back of Ryan Preece. I mean, he was all over him. Byron's in the sucker hole right now. Oh my goodness, we are all over the track. Chastain, no help. He's going to fall back. SVG still running in the top 5. Impressive. He's going to fall back just outside of the top 5 for a second. People in the Sheldon Creed Ellie Productions video went crazy. Yeah, I should check that out. It's fun going back to videos after something happens and seeing new comments. Just added me on X? Awesome. Awesome. I'll add you right back. Boop. Tiger Stripes Media. I got you. I got you. I'm pretty active over there. Your comment has 163 likes. That's That's impressive for a YouTube comment. So Bubba's upset, I think, with Briscoe. Coming to 6 to go in the stage. It's really picking up. These guys have been making really bad pushes. Some really bold moves. I don't know if we're going to keep it green here. It is time. The pay window is about to open. All right, Larson needs to slot in here above Chase. There he goes. So we have 3 HMS guys up high. Bowman's still stuck back there. Just outside the top 10. Not able to make ground up. Oh, Mike, we're 4 wide. Oh, we're 4 wide. Oh, man. That's time to clinch right there. Yeah, business picks up. Business picks up at the end of these stages. It's huge. It's, oh. Byron just really backed out of the throttle there. These 3 at the front of the pack have gotten really spread apart. 2 Toyotas now behind Kyle Larson. Byron's going to dive all the way down to the inside and clear. So now we have Larson first, Byron second. The complexion of the front of the pack has completely changed. The Toyotas were not working together. Oh my goodness. Briscoe just slid down the track and blocked Reddick. Reddick has now fallen back into the middle. He's in the sucker hole. Looks like no, he's not going to clear yet. Look at that. Caution Hocevar. Speeding penalty. Cut down a tire. Blew out a window. And he's running 6th. What a race so far. Yeah, that's crazy. Double A, you called it out. Good stuff. Yeah, Bubba was not very happy with Briscoe there. He may have had a point. They lost the lead, fighting each other lap after lap. Two laps to go. No Toyota help for Bubba Wallace. First car pulling to the inside is SVG. See if maybe who he goes with. Final lap. William Byron diving it down low. Oh my, don't wreck yourself. Byron almost wrecked himself out. So 23-11 on the inside. On the outside, Hendrick Motorsports. We're going to be side by side to the line. Reddick falling back. Larson's done. Oh my goodness. Byron's going to take the stage, but Larson and more cars may have crashed out. SVG around. Yeah, Larson's probably done. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Lap 160. Now, did Larson get any stage points there? I want to see, yeah, what was the stage finishing order? They have him here at 20th. Yeah, it looks like 20th is pretty accurate. So no stage points for Larson. So Kyle just took himself out there. What are you doing, Larson? What are you doing? That was a terrible move. I mean, that's not even a racing deal. That's just a bad decision. Golly. Larson commits an arson. Yeah, at least he didn't take out any good cars. Like, SVG should continue. Little right front contact there and a trip through the grass. But as long as the underbody's fine, steering's fine, he should continue. His teammate Byron taking the stage win, though. Add that to my notes. Stage 2 results. Yeah, that was, I don't know, every once in a while. You know, it's not often, but it is 2 or 3 races out of the year, every year. Kyle Larson will just make a very bonehead decision, and it's like, and it's usually because he's pushing too hard. He has all the skill in the world, but especially after that Indy double that didn't go well, he just hasn't looked quite the same. Maybe a spotter mistake for Larson. Yeah, I mean, they could have called out inside, but with the in-car cameras now, the mirrors, I mean, that is just not a great move. But sometimes drivers do let the spotters drive the car. If they call outside, they'll just up the track. Call inside, they just send it down the track. And you have to go quickly. Next week, trucks and IndyCar are both at St. Pete. Yeah, we have that IndyCar NASCAR double header. They need to go and do more double headers. I would like to see IndyCar and NASCAR go to Phoenix the same weekend. But I would like to see IndyCar on bigger tracks. You know, there's safety issues they may have to deal with, but they have improved the safety of the IndyCar chassis quite a bit. But Michigan would be fun to get back. Pocono would be really fun. Pocono has a dangerous history with IndyCar, but it may be better now. And then, you know, Homestead, which I believe they're going this year. Yeah. I had those two doubleheaders confused. Yesterday, during one of the streams, I was talking about their doubleheader. I thought that was next week. But that is not correct. All right, let's see if we have a replay of that last stage finish. That one got pretty wild. Give you guys something to chew on while I step away. No, nothing yet. Big hit for Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch interviewing the infield care center. Yeah, no replay yet of our stage 2 finish. It's been a really fun race. Guys are really racy. I'll be right back. I must step aside. Two examples of why IndyCar at Pocono is dangerous: Robert Wickens and Justin Wilson. Yeah, Pocono is not a great history there with IndyCar, but with the improvements made, they might be fine. May just looked away from the chat. Hey, there's a lot to look at on screen here. What a bad decision there for Kyle Larson. He'll be fine. probably recover here in the next few races, but he will not receive a great finish today. Justin Wilson wrecked at Pocono the day before your birthday and died on your birthday. Jason. Him and Bray Wyatt both died. Different years. Wow. If you're a professional athlete, man, stay away from Jason and his birthday. Dangerous. All right, most of the guys coming down pit road. I think a couple are maybe trying to take the wave around. That's Todd Gilliland, I believe. Most of them are still running up the track. I think that's him. See if we have a replay of that yet. Come on. Kyle Busch, that's kids these days. That's his quote. Byron out with a 14-4 stop. Chase Briscoe slow getting out. He's going to also start a fire in his pit box. Briscoe's going to lose some spots here. Brad Keselowski through the grass. Madness on pit road. Was that Priest that shoved Keselowski into the grass? I'm going to see a replay. Don't go to commercial. So much happened there. Don't go to commercial. All right, here we go. We have a replay of the stage 2 finish. I'll be right back. Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, another commercial. So I saw the video of Vince McMahon's wreck that he had. I don't know when it was. It was a while back, but the video came out. It was a really hard hit. Everyone stage 2 thought Byron did. I also thought Byron got it. Let's look back at this replay. Oh, they cut it off. Dirty dogs. I'm going to have to change my notes if Larson, or not Larson, if Wallace actually won that one. Let's go to NASCAR.com. Live leaderboard. Stage 2. Yeah, I mean, they have... Bubba scored... Okay, well... I thought Byron got there, but apparently not. Good stage win there for Bubba then. I'd love to see another angle on that. Let's see if NASCAR posted one. That okay. They threw the yellow. Okay, so let me show you guys this. Byron did get back to the flag first, but they threw the yellow way too early. Like, I mean, they're still wrecking, so I mean, what's the advantage of throwing the caution there? They're pushing to the end of the stage. They're not going to slow down because the flag's thrown. Well, you know, maybe it was a good call. They were just really quick on that flag. If they had just let it go 100 more feet, it would have been under caution anyway for the stage break. So, I mean, kind of an odd choice there to, you know, choose basically who wins the stage by throwing a flag when they're 100 feet from the line. I mean, Byron easily actually, you know, led that lap, but Bubba Wallace in the right place at the right time. He's going to take the stage victory. That is something. Wilma? Warren's named Wilma now? Why is he a Facebook mom? No. Now I see why. You have to wait for the replay? Acer. Hypothetically, there may or may not be a website. I don't think there is one, but there might be a website called dd12streams.com. And if that website did exist, you might hypothetically be able to watch the NASCAR race. If you're interested. Hypothetically. All right, we're back green flag racing. Two Fords up front right now. As far as a good chance of winning, you're watching from the TV app. Ah. Yeah, a little delayed. I've used TV app before. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm shocked that website's still up, you know? Usually those websites get taken down after a while. Favor got wiped out. Is that Larson or Bush, or who would that be? Mr. William Anderson. It sucks to see your favorite driver get taken out. Zane Smith almost went around there. He tank slapped the outside wall on this last lap. My goodness. Oh, this is not looking safe. Oh my goodness, these Fords are about to wreck each other. Denny Hamlin out to the lead. Look at this. Where did he come from? Two purple cars running 13th and 14th. Bubba Wallace and Alex Bowman. Bush. Yeah, I hate that for Bush. Really disappointed. Looks a lot like the fall race. Well, we call it the fall race, but it's really the summer race at Daytona. Not Daytona, but here at EchoPark. I get the sentiment. It is the second race, which is typically the fall race. Where did its Denny time come from? I can't remember now. I've heard it so often in online NASCAR communities. There's even someone's name is like Denny Time or something. Well, welcome from the Great White North. Good to have you here. Potentially the future 51st state of the United States of America. We would love to have you. Only you, Alberta. We'll take you. They can have the rest. There's some beef going down in the chat. My wife really wants to go up there to Canada. She keeps asking. She says, we need to go to Canada. We need to go to Canada. Apparently, a lot of people are going to Canada. My sister and her husband are going up to Canada this year. Rowdy Snake. Thank you. Thank you. I'm a big hat guy. Big hat guy. Have my Eric Estep out of the groove hat. And a Kyle Larson hat. I have like 20 more in the closet. Maybe more. And I want more hats. I want a hat for each driver, which there's no way I could afford to do that. But maybe I could get one for a few of the teams. Look after, yeah. Yeah, the social programs may not be as widespread as the ones in place in Canada right now. So there are some advantages of, you know, joining us. And probably some advantages of remaining with the rest of Canada. Yeah, I love the hats. I don't have a Brad hat. I looked at getting one, and the cheapest one on the RFK website was like $45. And I try not to buy $45 hats. I try to get them on sale. But usually when I go to the track, throughout the year, I'll pick up a die cast or two, and then I will buy a hat or two. And that's like my NASCAR full price purchases for the year. Everything else I just try to find on sale. Like I got, I think 5 hats from Hendrick during a Black Friday sale, and it was like $20 total for 5 hats. Dual citizen, good job. That's good. Some countries hardly ever give out dual citizenship, so it can be hard to get, depending on where you're from. I know China rarely gives out dual citizenship to people living in the United States. 38's going backwards. It didn't seem to me like he had a ton of stability in that race car. He was all over the place when he was getting pushed. Almost stacked him up a couple times. Then he's going to wreck Briscoe if he has to win. I mean, there's still a long way to go in this race. We have potential green flag pit stops as well. I mean, I assume we're going to have to pit at some point, maybe for a wreck. But there's no telling who's going to be in the top 10 in the last 20 laps of this race. Byron's been up there for a lot of the race. Elliott, SVG, Joey Keselowski, Priest, they're further back. Bowman just has not been able to break into that top 10. Oh my goodness. Showing the replay of that Larson wreck freaked me out. Watching racing and racing on the Xbox. Honda NSXR from '05. How about that? I love a good racing game. I wanted to do a 100% Atlanta race this weekend, but I just did not have the time this last week to stream any NASCAR 25. Yeah, that was not a good move by Larson there. It didn't hurt SVG too much. He's back in the top 10. If you're going to make a bonehead mistake, you know, at least do everyone the favor of not taking anyone else out. Yeah, he just ran all over him. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying, you know, 2 to 3 times a year we'll see a move like that from Kyle Larson. Yeah, his car, no, King said his ears caught the wind. That's why he wrecked. Interesting. That's expert analysis there. So 2 JGR guys working together pretty well right now at the front of this pack. Yeah. Tough call there. The runs happen so fast. It's got to be difficult to call everything out. The race will finish as follows. Let's see what he has to say here. I need to update the post-race overlay. So for those of you that are new around here, after the race, we will be doing our post-race coverage. So hope to see you guys over there. I'm going to update that real quick so it no longer says Daytona. We have about a 6 to 7 car breakaway, 7 car breakaway at the front where they're single file, and further back they're still side by side. So still some good battles going on through the field, but at the front of the pack they've really calmed things down for now. Inside line just struggles to keep up at times. Change that too. Atlanta post race. So my placeholder winner is going to be Blaney. I have no insider information. I don't know who's going to win, but that's who I have in position now. So we have made some updates there. Bang. Atlanta post race ready to go. Got things looking good. So we're going to transition over to that. I need to remember to record. So if we start the post race and I have not confirmed that I'm recording, please remind me in chat. You need to record. And then afterwards, you know, sometime I'll edit that together and upload it as its own separate video. Kyle Larson's still not better than Max Verstappen. That argument really got quiet last year. You know, Max is, you know, he's impressive for sure in what he's been able to do in F1. Now he's venturing into more of the endurance racing side of things. But I would love to see him come run an oval. You know, we have these F1 guys looking down on us like, ooh, they're just running in circles, which is a stupid thing to say because we go to so many road courses throughout the year now that's no longer applicable. You know, used to it was twice a year. You could kind of make that argument, but it's also ignoring the complexities of oval racing. But if you're really big and bad, you think you're just so much more talented, come over here and drive. You know, show us what you have. I'd love to see it. Wallace, too impatient, wreck incoming. That's what Off Grid says. Off Grid, self-reliant. Not bad. So King says we're going to finish Byron, P1, P2, Wallace, P3, SVG, Hamlin, Briscoe, Blaney, Reddick, Priest, Bell. Do you have the script? That's very specific. You have a better odds of winning the lottery than that exact order hitting. All right, we've really single filed out towards the front. Not as many dive bombs in this stage. But here we go, Blaney making up a lot of ground. So Briscoe's burning a ton of fuel right now, being the leader of... Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Bubba had a huge run, had to back out of the throttle. Reddick got into him hard a second time. That could have been an accident. Reddick all over the track now. These guys are dicey. Allmendinger up in the top 10. Off-grid says Byron has a strong car. He's been up here all day. Even when he hasn't had help, he's been up fighting in the top 5. So you may be right. You may be right. Made all the right moves. He led on the final lap of stage 2, but it was after they threw the yellow. But he did cross the stripe first. If that was the end of the race, Byron would probably have been scored our winner. Can I put the tracking map on? Not technically. We've tried it before and people didn't like it. And the difficulty with that is as soon as I switch away from this tab, it pauses and it breaks the tracker. Tracker's not looking too great right now anyway. There we go. There we go. Finally populated. Yeah, we tried that last week. There just wasn't a good way to do it because it has to stay in an open tab. I can't switch away or it'll just pause the tracker. I don't know. I'd like to work out a way to do that. Let me see if I minimize this tab. What happens? Let's just go 300. That's too much. 250, a little too much. 225 is decent. Top, let's go 400. 500, that's good. Right, we'll go 225 as well. Bottom, we'll try 200. Too much. 150. Just not a super great place to put this. So let me see if this keeps capturing when it leaves foreground. Yeah, I mean, I just have to keep this tab in the foreground for it to work. That's kind of annoying to do. What happened to the... I changed monitors and it got smaller. Where's my mouse? It disappeared. There it is. I lost it. So if I move it over here, how small can I make it? Still have it on screen. Filter, drop pad. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to make it work. Not over there, at least. If I ran a fourth monitor, we could. Oh my goodness. We'll just remove it. It's more trouble than it's worth. We may try to figure out a way to actually make that work at some point. Be great if we could. He almost ended in Cindric's lap. What do you mean by that? Yeah, NASCAR has some great calls. There's always some funny ones throughout the race. So Timothy says Wallace got this. I mean, it's gonna be tough. The Toyotas are, you know, looking pretty good at the front of the pack right now. Made it through a lot of the big ones so far. We are under caution. I was not focused on the race. Figure out what happened here. Yeah, it's been pretty crazy. Earlier in the race, it was affecting turns 1 and 2, but now, I mean, coming off of 4, it looks awful. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to open my NASCAR app. SVG spun from 12th. Okay. And that should be everyone's final pit stop. We should be good to go on fuel to the end. All right, I'll be right back. Oh, we're back green flag racing. No, not this time. Probably so. That's rude. Yeah, I was watching that. Bubba slow exiting. It may happen eventually. Well, you know, it just remains to be seen. Two Toyotas out front still. I mean, they've had control of this race for most, if not all, of stage 3. So I have two of our HMS guys up there, but Bowman just has not been able to break into the top 10. Just making all the wrong moves, it seems, but you know, he hasn't been involved in a crash yet. Could be jinxing it there. After the day he had at Daytona, he just needs to finish this race. But some extra Chevy help at the front of the pack would not be a bad thing for Byron or Elliott. Bowman ended up pushing Chase Elliott to the win the last time we were here. Why can't I show the race instead of a leaderboard? Mobile, we would get banned within 10 minutes. During the off season, we tried to show a race from 20 years ago, and the stream got taken down within 10 minutes. That was an old race, and I had edited it to hopefully not be, you know, copyright claimed, and it still was. So we can't do that. There are ways that, you know, we can share with you, allegedly, that you may be able to watch, but you need to ask. My goodness. Bowman taken out there. This channel's, I've been doing this since 2011. I'm not gonna get a copyright strike and get my channel taken down because I am showing live footage that Fox has paid millions of dollars to broadcast. We do show the replays, but we're not going to show it live. I spent a lot of time on this leaderboard. Took a whole year to get it where it is now. Took 6 months just to get it working. Oh, it's my wife. I mean, I don't do a bad job, but I just don't cook a lot. When I lived by myself, the extent of my cooking was like scrambled eggs, hard-boiled eggs, or chicken breast, a frozen chicken breast in the air fryer. Oh, no. You had it right the first time, Jason. Spouses. Yeah. I'm on that Mormon game, you know what I'm saying? Got them 20 wives. You can premiere them instead, the old replays. I would have to like record the whole thing and then publish it later. I wouldn't do that because the reason why I would do an older race replay is so we could hang out and watch it together during the off season. That was the idea. But NASCAR did not approve. Only time I've ever had a stream taken down. And they shut it off completely. I've been complaining already. 4 tires on Cindric into third. I mean, business is about to pick up. These laps are much shorter than laps at Talladega and Daytona. If we stay green, they're going to click by real quick. Yeah, I mean, I don't like editing videos, to be honest. That's why once we upload the post race, I really just cut out the dead air. I just kind of trim the fat and upload it. Yeah, our Rumble post show did get taken down. It still exists, but it's been so heavily edited that it no longer makes sense. Because all the times where I was talking about big spots and I was showing replays and highlights, they made me edit those parts out. And so yeah, that no longer exists. And there's not really a good way to do a post WWE event stream anymore. If you can't show any clips off of Twitter, it's just not worth it. But yeah, the primary reason why I would show an old race is so we could hang out together and watch it, especially during the off season. But NASCAR did not want to allow that, and I reached out every way I could: social media, email, DMs. Did not even get a ping back from NASCAR. Didn't even acknowledge that I reached out. Dukes of Hazzard's coming to Tubi. That's good. I don't think they're on any streaming service currently, so that'll be fun. I have the entire series downloaded, so I can watch it whenever I want. I used to like some Dukes of Hazzard. My dog can't decide what he wants right now. Oh my goodness, we have cars all over the track. So I don't know if they did a crank it up last week. So it's good to see it back this week. Yeah, we could do it on Discord, but it wouldn't really help build the channel so much. Yeah, we're not allowed. Yeah. Oh, trust me, I would if I could. If NASCAR said, hey, if you want to broadcast the race and we take all the revenue, or Fox or whoever, I would make that deal in a heartbeat. Other sports do that. NASCAR will occasionally do it with a really big Twitch streamer. They'll have somebody broadcast the race and talk over it. But you see that a lot more with the NBA, with the NFL, the MLB. They do a good job of it. They did not do it last week. Interesting, Tiger Stripes. I didn't think so. But I mean, I'm not paying the most attention sometimes, reading chat, managing all this stuff. Good run so far. They've been all over each other. Byron, this is the furthest back he's really been since the start of the race. Oh my goodness. Hamlin stacking it up. The big one. Bowman's involved too. Bowman's involved. Just a bad push there on the quad oval. It's kind of stupid to have a quad oval. I get why they did it. It was for seating capacity, but it creates some really bad angles to crash in. So Byron might have a little damage to the front of his car. Bowman may be able to continue, but he got into the outside wall as well as guys getting into him. So many guys involved. I just said Reddick's involved here. That was something. I'm going to say that's lap 223. Mike Joy says it's lap 224. I'm going to trust my leaderboard. I'll update it. if it needs to be. So does anyone come down here for 4 tires? Because they can make it to the end on fuel. But how important is handling towards the end of this race? And do you want to risk going back in the pack and getting caught up in a wreck like this? Several cars involved. McDowell involved. Byron involved. Bowman. Busher. Yeah, bad wreck to have a B in the front of your name. Byron, Bowman, and Busher all taken out right here, all involved. I can't see the cars that are in the smoke on the high side. I'm missing 2 guys. Hamlin made the big one possible again. He definitely did something. Did a lot of it. He got stacked up behind Logano and got a bad push there. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like when a car causes the accident and gets away with minimal damage. That ticks me off. If you cause a wreck that ends people's race and you continue, I'm preying on your downfall from that moment on. You know, Larson, when he crashed, he did take out SVG, but SVG was able to get back into the pack. He was running in the top 10 until he cut down a tire there earlier. What, on lap 201 maybe? Zilic also involved. That's possibly going to hurt his average finish. Yeah, definitely. He did have the second best average finish or something. He's second or third. Stenhouse, Kyle Busch, and Zilic had the 3 highest average finishes at this track, and they've all been taken out so far. So, not a great day for 3 of the guys who could have been looked at as favorites. See if we have a replay of that one yet. We do. What a mess this is. So let me go back and just keep an eye on this. Hamlin gets a run here, and Logano looks like he goes up a little too high. Maybe he's not trying to go into this outside, but he ends up making contact with Denny here, right there. They make contact. That pushes Denny back, stacks him up, and from there it sets it off. Look at Bowman here. Contact to the left rear, and then some contact to the outside wall. Not a ton of damage for Bowman, but he hasn't been racy all day and having trouble breaking into the top 10. And here he gets involved running mid-pack. Byron, you know, kind of involved in that, into the back of Reddick, but that's the furthest back he's been all day, really. And as soon as he gets back here, he gets involved. That's the risk you run. Oh my goodness. So Zilic plowed into the back of Bowman. So Bowman, it looks like he starts locking it down. Yeah, he gets on the brakes hard. Zilic doesn't react. It just drives through the back of him. Let's look further back here. Look at Bowman. He gets on the brakes hard, very quickly, probably too quick. Yeah, he just gets run over from behind. I mean, that's tough. A lot of good guys getting damage here. It's a shame. Get the SVG spin here. Now, what happened here? Cut down a tire? I never saw a replay of this. Yeah, no, he either cut down a tire or he lost it and then cut down the tire. So it's, I don't know in what order that happened. But stayed clean. Logano also involved, they said. Oh, well, Logano wasn't really involved, though. He kind of helped set this whole thing off, but it wasn't his fault, and he didn't get damaged, so kind of weird to list him as involved. So that's a setback for the Toyotas. It's not a death penalty. SVG said on the radio he just got loose. Yeah. Yeah. And you'll see that on corner exit. Lost it, then cut a tire for SVG. He was saying loose right before it happened. Yeah. Yeah. Kyle Larson tried to block Mog SVG. However, he was unaware that Shane was a true speedway maxer and raised Kyle's cortisol up to fatal levels, causing him to lose all aura and wreck out of the race. What a sentence. What a sentence. When I'm in a missing the safer barrier competition and my opponent is 2008 to 2015 Jeff Gordon. Alex is a great follow there on Twitter. The leaderboard pulled back up. Let's ride on board with McDowell here. Drifting through the quad oval, through the grass. Maybe not a ton of damage there for him. On board with Austin Dillon. He was involved earlier. Gonna make his way through. Good points recovery for Dillon. We'll check on him in a second. This is Denny's on board. See that side flap deploy. These cars have so many flaps now to keep them on the ground. Look at Zilich. He just no time to react. All over the back. Oh my, if he had kept it clean, Bowman would have stayed clean. Busher probably would have stayed clean. Instead, they both got spun there, receiving a little bit of damage. Man, those onboards are crazy. Yeah, in the description you'll see I call it Twitter/X. It is X, but Twitter is such a no-name brand. It's kind of like with the title of this stream. I didn't call it the NASCAR EchoPark Speedway race. Called it the Atlanta race. Most people know it as that. Sponsors come and go. We know where Atlanta is. But I do have EchoPark on the thumbnail. I need to fix the chroma key. As it gets darker, I have to keep turning it up. And Penske guys looking good so far. All three of them up there. Act 1 popcorn had real butter in it, so it had to be refrigerated. Store said, hey, need to make a shelf-stable option so we can store these. Hence, they made it with oil, and boom, Act 2 was born. Are you kidding? If that's true, that is some smart branding there. Still put it as EchoPark Speedway at the end. That's just because newer fans will know this as EchoPark Speedway. People that are, you know, loyal to the actual brand name, they're gonna know it as EchoPark. And there will be some, you know, jerk out there that comments, "It's not Atlanta, it's EchoPark." Yeah, we know. So I'm just acknowledging it there. So I think I did it the better way, Warren. You may have a different opinion, but I'm happy with how it turned out. Where is Cindric? Where isn't Cindric? Cindric's up front right now. Cindric scored as our leader. Let's look back through the pack. Bad day for the Kyles. Zillage scored 7 laps down. Bowman 4 laps down. Terrible start to the year for Bowman. He's going to have to come from behind here and work his way into the chase if he wants a shot. Not a good start to the year. EchoPark is a car sales place, like a dealership brand, kind of like a Carvana. Dude, there are several times where I'm like, oh, let's look for Kyle Busch. And I look through the whole leaderboard 3 times and I don't see it. So it's easy to miss. They're calling it lap 224 for that last caution, so I'll make those changes in my notes. On our leaderboard, the caution came in on 223, but that's what they want to call it. So Cindric, he is clear. He'll be able to block both lines if he wants. The inside line is not strong. Byron moving back up through the field, though. Good recovery after almost being taken out in that last caution period. Oh my goodness. How did that work? My goodness. I think that was Hocevar maybe. Almost wrecked the field. My goodness, that was close. You guys, I hope you guys saw that. Good to see you, Jagustus. I hope that's how it's pronounced. It's not even in Atlanta. Yeah. But no one... Okay, yeah. Okay, people like you are why that I have to make the title super specific. That's exactly what I was talking about. It's in Hampton, Georgia, okay? Nashville's not in Nashville. Chicago is not in Chicago. That's why in Chicagoland. It's in that area. So they just name it after the biggest nearby area. Talladega is not in Talladega. It's in Lincoln. So, you know. Call you Gus. I got you, man. Good to have you. I beat you to it, King. You may have just now heard it, but I beat you to it. How far back are you guys? I just said this. The Nashville Fairgrounds is in Nashville, so they can call it Nashville, but yeah. From Chicago, good to have you. You're in the blessed time zone. Central time zone is the greatest time zone on Earth. The highest percentage of red-blooded Americans in the Central time zone. My favorite people. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Fox with the terrible camera shot. Caution. Logano not quite around. Now he's spinning it. Why? What? I think he made sure to spin it completely around just to make sure the caution was out. If it's in the night of it, events in Pacific are the best. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. Because, like, you know, sometimes for Monday Night Football, stuff like that, you have to stay up till like 1 a.m. to watch the whole thing. If you're in the Pacific time zone, you're still good. Hocevar! Hocevar! Was that lap 239, I think? Where's my mouse? So they're putting all the blame on Logano. Hocevar was just the one involved. I'm going to say he self-spun. Off the nose of Hocevar. That's the downside of being involved in a ton of wrecks throughout your career. If you're involved, people are going to assume it's your fault. So you're going to have people on Twitter hating on him. Yeah, I mean, I think it was, you know, a mix of blame between the two. I mean, that was just a weird path both drivers were taking. They're saying Hocevar didn't come up the track, but I mean, it looked like he was moving to the right a little bit. I'm going to say that. But, and Larson, I mean, it's not like he made a terrible move there. I just think that's more of a racing deal thing. Not really a bad move on anyone's part. We didn't tear up any race cars, so that's good. So I'm not mad at anybody. Logano, I mean, Logano could still win this race, let's be honest. Only 20 laps to go, though. The laps are winding down. He may not actually have time to get back up there. Just remember one time Logano got booed so fast during an interview to the point he had to say, "Is that me?" People hate Logano on the track. When they see Logano race, they get ticked off. But outside the car, he's always smiling. He's always happy. If not a little snarky. It's just very different personalities. In car, out of the car. Into the car, out of the car. Blaney still races pretty clean, but he gets heated on the radio. Week in and week out, he's the angriest guy on the radio. He has some great radioactive clips. But he seems like a chill guy outside the track. Why is the track so orange? Yeah, probably the sun. Probably the sun. If I had to guess. Let me see if we have a replay of that spin. I mean, it wasn't a super notable event. They haven't posted it yet, so I don't know if they will, to be honest. It's not like it was breaking news that there was a single car spin. Man, Logano was just ahead of that last wreck we had. Looking at a replay of that last big one we had. So, I mean, technically involved in the last accident as well. Kind of in a similar way, too. Just coming up and getting a shot in the right rear. It's kind of the exact opposite result of the last one. Yeah, maybe Logano needs to watch himself. Been involved in the last 2. Let's see if he can go for 3. All right, we do have a replay of it posted now. This is so close. Okay, let's slow this down. So Hocevar's on the bottom. Entering the corner. He is coming up the track here. Okay. Up the track, up the track. Still in the middle groove behind the car in front of him. Nothing wrong there. I mean, he comes up just a little, but not egregious. It's not like he made a bad move, but he does come off the painted line a little. But Logano is trying to clear down to get into this draft. So he can get into that line. So, I mean, that one is squarely on Logano. It looked a little worse at full speed, but slowing it down, Hocevar does not look like the villain here. And Logano almost went around on the last one. So check this out. This is that last big one we had. Logano involved. Almost, you know, the exact opposite of what just happened. And it's similar in a way. Logano getting run over from behind, setting off a wreck. So different outcome for each one, but Logano involved in both. What a mess. Didn't Bell win this race last year? Yes. He won this race and then went on to win the next 2. He three-peated. Only two Toyotas in the top 10. The next one back is 15th. Not a lot of support. There is a decent smattering of Fords and Chevys in the top 10. Joey White sounds like a gangster. Good to have you, King Mako. Oh, we're side by side. No one's been able to clear. You know, on the last several restarts, we've had, you know, usually the guy on the outside clear. And then he has lane choice. We have the Toyotas on the outside. Fords on the inside. And we know Brad knows how to work with these Penske's. They may not work with him at the end, but that remains to be seen. Brad almost won the 500 last week. Almost. Herb's committed an act of terrorism. My goodness. Carson Hocevar just dive bombed Blaney. Put Blaney in the middle. Now Blaney's falling back. He is going to get some help from behind. Oh, that was a big push. Blaney's going to have a huge run here. Going to be able to pull up and try to help Cindric. Suarez clear to the inside now. And Bell and Wallace have just set sail. They are head and shoulders in front of these guys. So somehow, in the matter of just a lap, Keselowski got by both the Penske guys. They got really split up there. And Blaney fell back. Hocevar might win due to his moves. He's, you know, been throwing some Hail Marys here and there. He was really entertaining to watch in the truck race. 3, 4 wide. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. Oh, that was some patience from Chastain. He could have forced it 4 wide. Thank goodness he didn't. Uh-oh. Brad Keselowski shuffled out of line. He's going to lose a lot of spots here. There we go. Keselowski dropping back to 9th already. You haven't heard anything about Suarez all year? He's made occasional appearances on screen today. Oh my goodness, what happened to Brad? Man, the Fords just could not work together here. You had a Ford dominant inside line and they couldn't stay together. Oh my goodness. Big move by Ross Chastain to the inside. He will clear. He can go up to the high side if he wants. Laney almost went to the inside of Chastain. Did not decide to go with the crossover. Only points race 2. Yeah. Timothy still thinks Bubba has it. He's in a good spot right now. Really good spot with teammate help. We have some small team Chevys coming up through here. I don't know if you can call Spire and Trackhouse small teams anymore, but they're definitely not the S tier teams. Someone's gonna make a bad block and stack the field up. This looks so sketchy. If Hocevar can break up these two Toyotas, it's the best thing he could do, especially for the field. Chastain to the inside. Huge run. Gonna get side drafted there by Bell. Not able to clear. Will he get help from behind? No. Hocevar pulling back down low. Leading that line. He will clear Bell, but not enough juice to get by Wallace. Suarez is going to help out Hocevar there. Brad Keselowski coming back through the field on the inside. Oh my goodness, Briscoe, what are you doing? Briscoe just took Brad Keselowski 4 wide. What are you doing? Oh, they're up the track. My goodness, Briscoe. Now Brad Keselowski is in the middle. They're all over the track. Oh my goodness. Suarez got really loose there in the quad oval. They're touching. They're touching. Cindric into the side of Byron. Oh, we're 4 wide further back. 4 forwards, 4 wide. Say that 3 times fast. Oh my goodness. That got crazy. Chastain really falling back here. Byron has a decision to make. Wisely backed out of it. He could have clobbered him. He better be careful. Later in this race, guys are not going to be so lenient in giving up track position. Briscoe's making good moves right here. Trying to get up there to his teammates. Allmendinger trying to get in the mix. How does this end where Allmendinger doesn't crash in the big one? Oh my goodness. They're 3 wide further back. There's a 5-car breakaway at the front of the pack. Bell just took Wallace side by side. So if he doesn't slot back in here, he's not going to be able to. Bell is going to lose at least 1 position here. Took him. Hocevar just dove it 3 wide. Oh my goodness. Hocevar did it. He broke up the Toyotas finally. My goodness, the runs they have are massive. Oh, bad push there. Bad push. Oh, what are we doing? The Toyotas have gotten back together. 3 Toyotas on the inside line. 4 Toyotas. William Byron in the outside wall. May have a tire going down. I think Byron just cut down the tire in front of the field. Could have been a toe link. Could have been a tire. Yeah, it was such good racing, and they just had to go and stack it up. Bunch of losers. And how they're going to restart is Wallace probably... I don't know if they're going to go to the high side. They could restart side by side, possibly, Wallace and Bell, and just control the restart. But we're going to have Wallace, Bell, Reddick, and Briscoe all up here. If the Toyotas do not win this race, then they're stupid. Unfortunate. We had a great run there. That was a really fun run to the finish. I don't know what lap that was. I'm going to say 256 for now. Oh, welcome back. Welcome back. For those of you that are new here, just a reminder, after the race, I don't have any insider information, but that's just my placeholder, is Blaney. But after the race, we will be going live with our post-race show. We're going to go over a race recap. We're going to try to look at the points as soon as they get posted. And you'll have an opportunity to text or call in. Give you guys 3 minutes to share your thoughts. We're going to go with a 3-minute timer. Just to keep from having a 15-minute call. We've done that in the past, and it's great to have, but I would like to move through it a bit quicker for the sake of brevity. Yeah, I like IndyCar. I don't like when they go head-to-head with NASCAR on the same day, because if I have to pick one or the other, I'm going to pick NASCAR, but yeah, Indy's great. That back. Yeah, it's looking like a Toyota is going to win right now. Tentatively, I'm just going to replace him with Bubba. F1, not so much. The drivers, like, talent, how fast they're taking these turns because of the really high downforce cars they have, the over-engineered cars. It's impressive. It's really impressive. It's showing how fast guys can go, but many of the F1 races just turn out to be parade laps, high-speed parade laps, and I don't enjoy it. I think IndyCar is a good mix, because IndyCar you see a lot more passing usually when Alex Palou's not, not literally wrecking the field, but destroying the competition. You're not new here, Jason. We know you. Let's see if we have that last replay. Big trouble with 4 to go. So that was what happened on lap 257. So let me update my notes. 257. Bookmark that. I have the rest of the stuff bookmarked. We are ready to go, baby. We are ready to go. We're going into NASCAR overtime. How about that? So this is where the broadcast picked up the wreck. I mean, Byron's backwards, so we knew something bad happened. When Byron went to the outside wall, I figured something was wrong. Thought maybe a tire had gone down, but I don't know if the toe link broke before or after the contact with the wall. It could have been a tire going down that caused him to get into the wall, then broke a toe link. No clue, but you can see the right rear toe link is broken. Do we have a better replay of that yet? No, not yet. Yeah, he sent a giant super chat at the start of the stream, which I really appreciate, but it's not at all necessary. You guys just being here and being active in the community, that's more than enough. I appreciate it. I love hanging out and talking NASCAR during and after the race. It's Jack-o'-lantern. I like that name. Said he wants to see Hocevar win. I'd be okay with that. I think Hocevar is a great personality for the sport. His Twitch streams are really funny. He's riding around 3-4 wide at Talladega, you know, racing a truck on iRacing with one hand, and he's looking at the chat, talking to the chat, and he's up here driving in the top 5, and he wrecks out a lot, but still fun to watch. Oh, what did you do, Warren? What did you do? Don't do that. I don't know. Was it good, Warren? I have to ask. Let's see if we have another replay of that last incident. Yes, we do. So problems. He tries to get low to get to pit road, but he ends up clipping Cindric here. Sends him back across in front of the field. Yeah, I don't think that tolling was broken until Todd Gilliland got into him. I think that broke it most likely. But something was wrong with that car for sure. That was rough. Thank you, William. I appreciate it. We are constantly trying to improve, the product here. That's why we've been working on this leaderboard constantly for the last year. It took it 6 months just to be, just to work. And then 6 more months to get it to where it is today. Took me forever to figure out how to get the car numbers on there and where to get them, and it was a whole deal. If we could just somehow add the track map, that would be awesome. Hocevar is a hilarious dude and a great inspiration to younger kids who want to get into racing. Yeah, I think he's younger. Yes, I think it's a great call to red flag the race here. Get the track cleaned up properly, and then I guess we'll restart this in overtime. So while we're waiting, I'll throw this replay back on, and I'm gonna step away. I'm not peeing every time I get up. My dog is unhappy right now. My wife's making food, and he doesn't know if he wants to be in. Yeah, he's barking out there right now. He doesn't know if he wants to be in here or out there. So he comes in here, he smells the food, wants back out, knows he's not getting food out there, wants to come back in. But yeah, I mean, I've peed a few times. I had a ton of water before the race, and I'm drinking my Ty Gibbs juice. Good stuff. Shout out Monster Energy. Please sponsor. That red flags the race. Good stuff. Yes, that is right. That is right. After the race, I don't have the script. I just put Bubba in as a placeholder. But after the race, we'll be going live with our post-race show where you'll be able to text in or call in live if you would like to share your thoughts on today's race. We're going to try to wrap this one up. Might try to go 30, maybe 45 minutes. We'll see how long it goes. I would just really like to cover the points and wrap things up. So depending on how many of you, or if anyone wants to actually text or call in, that'll probably determine how long the post-race show goes. Then I'm going to take it and upload it separately later on. So if you do miss the post-race show, you will be able to go back and watch it as its own upload. So that'll be coming up after. Seth says he cannot win. You have a Cyrillic name. No. I can drink Monster, just don't crash like him. We'll see. Yeah, a lot of contact. So I called that out when it happened. Cindric and Byron getting into each other. I was saying a tire was down. It looks like something broke. Nah, stick with me. I got you. He's the worst driver in NASCAR. Bubba. I mean, he's clearly not. Where did he finish in points last year? I'll look that up. You may not like his personality. You may dislike that the most. But as far as skill goes, he's definitely not the least talented driver. If it was a chase format, he possibly would have finished in the top 3 or 4 during that last chase. Yeah, I mean, last year he finished 8th in the points, and that was with the garbage playoff format, so I wouldn't say he's the worst. They're interviewing Carson Hocevar right now. Danica. Yeah, she was not great. She should have stayed with IndyCar. She should have. Probably could have gotten a couple more wins. Deegan or Decker. Yeah. It's a good point. Why did he race before he ran NASCAR? I'd say probably legend cars. Not sure how that's relevant, though. Doesn't really matter what you did years ago, as long as you're performing now. And so far, today, he is. I know even outside of that, I mean, yeah, I've seen him run legend car races. And we're here watching NASCAR, Seth, so why does it matter? Because unless you're getting into guys like Larson or talking about guys like Zelich who have actually driven in several different series, most of these guys worked their way up probably local short tracks, late models, and then on to ARCA, you know, whatever else. So, I mean, it's not like everybody has a huge background. I am so many. Seth, are you all right, buddy? Well, Seth, you're not making yourself very, very clear. You're saying he's the worst driver in NASCAR, but you didn't tell me why you think that. What I think is you just don't like Bubba. And so you're saying that. No, not yet. And I'm okay with disliking certain drivers. There are drivers that I don't care for as much. But, you know, even though Logano annoys me on track sometimes, I still acknowledge he's a talented driver. Denny Hamlin, you know, not a huge Denny guy, but he's a very talented driver. Hey, pull the leaderboard back up. Off Grid says, he says we get to see a melon smash. I would love to see that. Personally, you don't like me. That's fine, Seth. Everyone gets an opinion. Some people have bad ones. I think that's a bad one, but you know, I don't think I'm much like you right now, Seth. Yeah, this guy just coming in here, he's just a Bubba Wallace hater. And Bubba Wallace has a lot of haters. Some of them for decent reasons, some of them for not decent reasons. You know, everyone has drivers they like and don't like for different reasons. And, you know, Seth has an opinion, and he doesn't like that I stated facts. Bubba Wallace finished 8th in points last year. That's better than what? 32 other guys? So he said Bubba's the worst NASCAR driver. Obviously, that's not true. He may not be your favorite, and that's valid, but he's not the worst. It's go time. Execute Order 66. What a wild start to the year. If 2311 can pull this off. Reddick's still up there. Herbst does not. He is not in contention. Sadly, Keselowski, he's pretty far back. Not looking great. SVG is up in the top 10 again after the day he's had. If NASCAR didn't throw the yellow last Atlanta, the 77 could have won. Yeah, I mean, coming to the end of stage 2, Wallace took stage 2, but Byron beat him to the line. They threw the caution flag. Bro, why are you calling me? Getting a phone call right now. And my dog's freaking out outside. He won the first points race after the court case. Yeah. Seems a little scripted, but, you know, I don't think it was. Oh, good to have you, Bryson. Good to have you. Titanic NASCAR lover. So is that showing your interest in Titanic? In the Titanic? I like the Titanic. I wish there were more games about the Titanic. There used to be like an escape, like, kind of mystery game that my mother had in like Windows 98 a long time ago. And then there was like a shorter one that came out maybe 11 years ago or so. Might play it on stream one day. Titanic's cool. Shame that it sunk and all those people died. But it is such, you know, a major event that most everybody knows about. And the movie, you know, just made it even more known. There have been several Titanic movies. Can they lift the caution? I'd rather, you know, completely get the track clean, but yeah, we got to wrap this thing up at some point. The broadcast window ends, I think, at 7 Eastern, 6 Central. NASCAR Channel is going to show the 2001 Cup Series races on Monday. Wonder if the 01 500 will be included. That's interesting, Doodlebug. That is interesting. I know Kevin Harvick's Happy Hour, the YouTube page, was playing the 2001 Atlanta race that he won. They were just looping it over and over. Yeah, I feel a little odd when footage of his crash is played. They're about to cut off the end of the race for Masked Singer. I guarantee post-race will be short. They'll cut it off as soon as they can. Do I like Kyle Larson? I have a hat. I've been following Kyle since probably 2010, 2009. Back that far. I mean, he's not my favorite guy, but I think he has a ton of talent. He didn't do that well last year. Even though he won the championship, he just had a really rough time after that Indy double he had. He had a really bad streak. But he did earn the most points. So even with a full season points format, Kyle Larson still would have been the championship winner. Did Larson get a DNF? Yes. Even though it says off, that's out. I need to fix that. And then unknown means that they're out. I mean off. Fixing the damage or trying to fix the damage. So these guys are trying to return to the race. The guys in red are out. Stick a fork in them, they're done. Alex Bowman back out on track. 3 laps down. It's not really going to help. Unless we have like multiple overtimes. He's not going to gain any positions. Yeah. Big mistake. I don't think he had hate in his heart when he did it. I think unlike some people, I think intent does matter. But just, you know, it's a word connected to so much hate, so many negative feelings. I don't think it's one you should be using, especially being a guy that's such a public figure. That was a stupid decision, but in the long run, it worked out for him. So that's how it goes. And it was such a bad time too. I mean, the summer of 2020, you're going into this, that was a terrible time. You went to see him in Tennessee? Yeah, I mean, so, you know, you ask, like, you know, what do you think about the April 2020 and Larson? The fact that Bubba and Larson seem to be cool. Uh-oh. Bell into the outside wall. We're going to have another overtime restart. One of the Toyotas out. That group of Toyotas at the front just got a little weaker. We're going to have Wallace, Hocevar, Reddick probably behind Wallace. So 2:23.11 guys. Behind Hocevar, he'll have Chastain. He'll have Chevy support. We're in our second overtime now. They went green for about 5 seconds. We'll see. It may have just been a bad push, but I mean, at the end of the race, you kind of expect... Oh, yeah, that was just not a good move. That was not a good move there. Hocevar thought he had a hole opening up, but Bell didn't continue to wash up the track like he was. It just closed up before it even ever opened fully. Yeah, I mean, if Hocevar does that again, he definitely has a good shot. If I almost called him Caution Hocevar. If Carson Hocevar won this, it would just be hilarious. After the events that he's been involved in so far today, if he pulled this off somehow. But then you have Bubba and Tyler Reddick up here, okay? 23-11 guys, they won last week. Tyler Reddick won last week. If they went back-to-back as a team, that would be huge for those two Toyotas. You know, I'm not a fan of Toyota drivers in general. I'm making it a, you know, an exception. And Bell's an okay guy. Briscoe's an okay guy. Everyone else, no. You drive a Toyota, I'm sorry. Not a fan. Reddick, you know, Reddick's a good guy though. Talented driver. But I like him 25% less because he's in a Toyota. Warren wants to see the 23 win. It's not really, but it's kind of a home race for Wallace. Born in Mobile, Alabama. So Talladega technically is home track. Probably the track he gets the most hate at too. Which is sad because you know, he's an Alabama guy. Your home track's supposed to have the biggest amount of fans, you know, the most amount of fans. But Atlanta's, you know, close enough. Bubba and Bell are your two okay Toyota drivers. I think a lot of the dislike for Bubba, you know, comes from, you know, a pretty obvious place, but more from misunderstandings of what happened in 2020. You know, there's a lot of people, especially the Facebook crowd, that says, oh, Bubba planted the noose, or, you know, oh, he complained to NASCAR. He had nothing to do with it. It's how he responded to it that I was not a huge fan of, and a lot of other people have an issue with. But somebody else on his team reported that pull string. Super unfortunate that it happened. Super unfortunate because it just put a bad light on him and the sport in general. Bubba's your third favorite driver. I have one Bubba Wallace diecast. It's one of his 43 cars, and it's at work currently. I have 4 diecast at work. I have Senior, Junior, Gordon, and I have that 43. First, Fox puts the Clash on FS2, then NASCAR on NBC goes away. Fox and NBC signed the deal, yet it seems like they don't really care about making NASCAR very well. Yeah, I agree. You don't like Bubba for that very reason. It's yeah, a lot of Wallace haters. Troy, good to see you. New, living here in Thailand. Larson fan. Got my Larson hat. Sadly, Larson did not have a good day. Neither did Kyle Busch. Those, you know, I would like to see Kyle Busch up front. Think Ross Chastain might push Hocevar to the win. They're both so aggressive. Carson Hocevar is who Chastain was 2 years ago. The next deal about to be Just Prime and maybe TNT. We'll see. I wouldn't mind CBS stepping back in. But Prime did a great job. Oh my goodness. Oh, we're dicing it up. Oh, this is not a good move. Bubba Wallace is getting shuffled out. The white flag, 2 Toyotas. Carson Hocevar is going to come up here, and he's going to block Bubba Wallace. A Toyota is going to win this race. Oh my, all this for a Toyota win. Congrats to the 2311 and Joe Gibbs guys. No one able to make it. No one could get a run. They got 2 split up. Tyler Reddick is going to go back to back to open the season. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Tyler Reddick. Congrats to him. Kind of annoying. He's a good driver. He's a good driver. I just don't want to see it. I would rather a Chevy win. I'd rather a Ford win. But good for Reddick. He's one of the good ones. To back. Are you kidding me? To open the season, 2 plate tracks. Seth is happy. Yeah, Bubba washed back to 8th. Not a bad finish. You know, really good day for him overall. Good points day. SVG, monster day. Great start to the year for SVG. Fantastic. Carson Hocevar 4th. Daniel Suarez 5th. Amazing start to the season for Daniel Suarez. Very good. Wow. Wow. What an ending. What an ending, ladies and gentlemen. I can't believe it. Michael Jordan there at the track. That's crazy. So they have the lawsuit with 2311 in front row, and now 2311's won 2 races in a row with the same guy. That's crazy. Can't drive when it counts. I mean, he's got it done a few times. But, you know, some guys do choke under pressure. I just think he got shuffled out there, you know. Not much you can do there. King said he told us last year SVG would come to learn ovals and be a force to be reckoned with. Well, these, you know, Daytona and Atlanta, EchoPark, are not true ovals. So I wouldn't, let's pump the brakes. Okay, let's pump the brakes here. Tyler Reddick won this race with a damaged race car. How is that possible? Seth, if that's true, then none of these drivers can. Bubba's won NASCAR Cup Series races. So you're saying a guy that can't drive beat a bunch of guys who can? Make that make sense. Yeah, that's crazy. This half-modified Tyler Reddick winning the race. Crazy. All right, let's switch gears, guys. We're going to switch into our post-race coverage. Let me go ahead and hit record. Bang. All right, let's get to it. Where are my notes? So welcome to our Atlanta post-race show for the AutoTrader 400 at EchoPark Speedway. Not a huge fan of the name, but that's how it goes. As you can see down at the bottom of the screen, Tyler Reddick takes it in Atlanta. Kind of a crazy finish. It was a great race. They were racy pretty much the whole way through. Not as good of a finish as some of the other races, the truck race or the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race, but it was still really fun. Tyler Reddick going back to back to start the season. I can't believe it. But let's get into our race recap. First off, to start the race, the field was set by points after qualifying was rained out. So Tyler Reddick started on the pole. Wow, just realized that. Tyler Reddick won from the pole. You don't see that often. And then Reddick, he led them off. The Fords looked really strong early. The Penske guys, Brad Keselowski was up there working with them. You had some front row. There were a lot of Fords up front. So I was looking at that. And then Hocevar cut down a tire. He ended up losing a few laps. And later, up somewhere in that run, he blew out the right side window. So early problems for Carson Hocevar. And we're going to be talking about him a lot today. Keselowski, he ends up falling off the pace. Car just got too loose, so he fell back towards the end of stage 1. And let's look at our stage 1 results. Austin Cindric takes stage 1. Let me pull up this. I need to remove that overlay for now. So Austin Cindric takes stage 1. Bubba Wallace second. Kyle Larson third, 4th William Byron, 5th Chase Elliott, 6th Tyler Reddick, 7th Kyle Busch, good stage points there, 8th Joey Logano, 9th Connor Zilic, and 10th Ryan Blaney. So those are our guys receiving stage points. These matter a ton. Let's take a look at stage 2 now. So during that pit cycle, during the stage 1 pit stops, Chase Elliott slides through his pit stop, ends up losing a bunch of spots. Larson and Byron both got out 1 and 2, and Noah Gragson gained 8 spots on pit road. So great moves by his team to get him out quickly. Stage 2 begins. On lap 82, Ty Gibbs gets turned from 15th in turn 3, hits Bell, collects Josh Berry, Herbst, and Hamlin was also involved. So let's try to pull up a replay of that. Go to our bookmarks and scroll back in time. All right, here's a replay of our first incident of the day. Lap 82. Just not a good move there by Ty Gibbs. Barry there on the inside. Both of their days were done. You know, definitely out of contention. Bell, slight contact there. Nothing too major. He got close to getting right hooked, though. A little harder hit, and he's done. Hamlin gets a little contact here. Herbst gets a little contact. So several guys involved. Pretty wild. On lap 103, another caution. Riley Herbst spins Austin Dillon. See, we have a replay of this. I may not have a replay of this one. Herbst spins Dillon. Stenhouse, Custer, contact Zane Smith, Ty Gillen, BJ McLeod involved. So I must have missed one. Yeah, there it is. There it is. So they're just out of order here. So this is the wreck. Herbst gets into the back of the 3. See it develop here towards the back of the pack. So Dillon looks like he went high and then came down a little bit on Herbst. Not sure who really caused that, but ends up stacking up several cars. This ends Herbst's day. So after, you know, wrecking out last week, he wrecks out again this week. Last week he did get a good finish though, so that's how that shook out. And then on lap 107, during this for this caution during the pit cycles, Carson Hocevar too fast entering. Then our next caution, which I have to scroll down for whatever reason, Kyle Busch, big hit to the inside wall. Just not a great move there. And ends up in the inside wall. So Kyle Busch, he jumps in the outside line. He also rolls out of the throttle. Noah Gragson just runs over him. The announcers seem to think it wasn't Noah Gragson's fault. I can see why Kyle Busch could be at fault there. Maybe he just thought Noah would give him more room, give him more leniency, but obviously he didn't. And but Kyle Busch, the only one taken out in this incident. During this caution cycle, Ryan Preece too fast entering. And then on lap 160, Larson turns in front of the field and crashes. Let's see if this is it. No. Where? Oh, okay. It's during the same replay. So there's the Larson accident. Comes back across the track. Doesn't collect anybody else up here. So if you're going to take, you know, yourself out, don't junk a bunch of other race cars. Larson did a good job of that. SVG did get spun, but he continued. And actually continued in the top 10 for much of the rest of the race. So good drive for SVG, coming, you know, overcoming the adversity, getting taken out there, but kept the car clean. Yeah, Lee McDowell barely made it through that. So that was our end of stage 2. Bubba Wallace takes stage 2. So let's review our stage 2 results. Bubba Wallace taking stage 2. So I think 19 stage points so far. William Byron second. I thought William Byron won this stage. I initially said he did. But what happened is they threw the caution flag right before they took the green and white flag, or the green-white checkered. So William Byron did beat Bubba to the line, but Bubba was awarded the stage win because of where they threw the caution flag. Not sure I really like that call. You know, if you're going to let them race to the last lap anyway, if they're crashing, not sure why it would be that different during a stage break, but, you know, whatever. Chase Briscoe 3rd, Tyler Reddick 4th, Chase Elliott 5th, 6th, Carson Hocevar, 7th, Ryan Preece, 8th, Ryan Blaney, 9th, Brad Keselowski, and 10th, Shane Van Gisbergen. Finishing 10th while spinning across the grass. And let's see where Larson ends up scored here. 14th, scored in stage 2. Not great. And then on lap 201, SVG spins from 12th. He just ends up getting loose here. See if we can get this replay going. Middle 3 wide. Coming off of, I believe, what, turn 4? Just gets loose there. Spins it across the infield. Identical to what he did just a couple laps earlier. Really impressive there. Lap 224, Hamlin was turned by Reddick in front of the field. McDowell, Byron, Bowman, Buescher, and Zilich all involved. So here we go. This is one of our biggest wrecks of the day, if not the biggest. A lot of good cars involved. A lot of guys were taken out of contention during this wreck. Both Hamlin and Reddick were able to continue, though, which is really important because it did affect the outcome of this race. You know, Tyler Reddick damaged there. They ended up having to cut off the right front. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, that will come back into play here shortly. Lap 239, Logano self-spins off the nose of Hocevar. Let's look at this replay. So we broke this down in slow motion because we were discussing whether it was Hocevar's fault or whether it was Logano's fault. So let's slow this down. Where did it go? It disappeared. There we go. So Hocevar is coming up the track here, but he's staying in line with Brad Keselowski. So nothing egregious here. They're staying in their lines. Hocevar's running this painted line. He does come up a little bit, a very minute amount, but Logano just comes down, tries to clear himself to get in line with Brad Keselowski. It was too early, and this wreck was completely his fault. Ends up going around off the nose of Carson Hocevar. Unfortunate, it was Carson that was involved because it looks bad for him, but he was not the person that caused that to happen. Check my DMs. Well, yeah, we're going to go over, you know, any comments that we have in the text in line. We'll do the call-ins after we finish our recap. Warren said Lionel will not make this diecast for Reddick. I wouldn't doubt it. Double A said they assume you assume they gave the stage to Byron. That's weird. Yeah, I said the same thing. And then with 4 laps to go, lap 257, Byron has an issue and spins in front of the pack. This is a longer replay here. Byron was trying to get down to the inside line and just unfortunately makes contact with Cindric here. Spins back across in front of the field, takes out a few more good race cars. Byron was in the top 5 pretty much all day. The furthest back he fell was like the low teens, and then, you know, would quickly make his way back up into the top 10. Had a really fast car, it looked like. Just wasn't able to be there when it counted. And what caused this, what set this off, is just a lap earlier. It may have been even a couple laps earlier. Cindric and Byron got into each other. They door slammed several times coming down the straightaway. Look at me clapping. And ends up potentially cutting down a tire for Byron. But one of the toe links on Byron's car was broken, but I think that comes right here. That's when he breaks that right rear toe link. So I think it was a tire down, contact with Cindric. That's what set it all off. This is what put us into NASCAR overtime. So we red flagged the race. When we finally restart, this is our replay here. Carson Hocevar tried to take Bell 3 wide. So Bell was kind of coming up the track, but he didn't continue up the track. Carson Hocevar just tried to force that. Bad move, ends up taking out Bell. This put it in question whether or not the Toyotas could get it done, because this weakened their numbers, but they still, largely had control of this race. Wallace up there with Reddick right behind him. So that was our first overtime restart. We didn't make it very long. And then on the final restart of the race, let's see if we have a replay of it. Here we go. This is we will not full screen that. So this is our final restart. Bubba gets a really good push here from Reddick, which is crazy because he's missing, his right front. So how stable of a push could that have been? He does get clear. Hocevar takes Bubba 3 wide. This ends his chances of winning the race pretty much. But this isn't the last time they'll get together. So Hocevar, no help on the outside. Briscoe, Toyota teammate. He's going to go with his Toyota teammate. Hocevar, no help from behind. He comes up and blocks Bubba there, which could have caused another accident. Look at him blocking his own teammate, Daniel Suarez, there. And no one could get a run from here on. Tyler Reddick with a damaged car. Either Briscoe didn't want to pull out, or they just didn't think they had the opportunity. So no one had the chance to get up here. Chastain tried to go low, couldn't make it work. And that's the end of our race today. It was a really fun race. A lot of good guys got taken out. It's going to be really tough. We'll see. We'll see, King. It's really tough for the guys that wrecked last week to wreck again this week. Let's remove that one. There we go. And let me open up the Google voice line. So if anyone would like to call in, we will have that option available. And if you would just like to text in, you can text into that number on screen right now. There we go. So overall, I mean, really fun race. Let's try to look up the point standings while we're waiting. Let's look it up on X. Normally it gets posted here the quickest. NASCAR Cup Series points. We'll try to review these and just check on how guys are doing. Let's look at latest. We have the points totals. But are these the season totals? Allegedly, we have the points. We'll pull it up. I'm not sure if these are accurate. Let's take these with a grain of salt. They have Tyler Reddick scored first. That's pretty obvious. 2 wins. Joey Logano and Chase Elliott still second and third. Fourth, Zane Smith. Fifth, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Sixth, Brad Keselowski. Seventh, Chris Buescher. I'm not sure those are accurate. That doesn't seem accurate. From last week's Daytona 500. So I don't think the points have been posted yet for this week. Disappointing. We'll keep looking at, keep trying to find them. And once we do, we'll break it down. Man, normally people post that really quickly. Results today, stage results. Reddit got a ton of points, 67 points, 12 stage points plus the win. Kyle Busch, even though he finished 34th, he received 7 points. 4 stage points. So we still don't have the points completely. Check your DMs. Which DMs? I don't keep Discord open if you send it through Discord. I'll check real quick, but we're trying to transition completely over to the Google Voice account. Mod applications? No, not gonna do that. I know King, which is why I'll allow him to do it. If the chat ever gets hectic, then we'll consider opening up more mod spots. But if someone's not, you know, being offensive, if they're not breaking any like major rules to try like to limit language, you know, don't like curse words in the chat. We don't need that here. But other than that, I try to keep it pretty open. Usually spammers are the only ones that get blocked. So not seeing point series or the Cup Series points posted yet. That's unfortunate. Someone post the points. Oops. I wonder if they posted the Winston Cup points yet. It's pulling up last year's points. How disappointing. I would love to cover the points breakdown, but if I can't find it, we can't find it. We do have a message from King is Dead. His comment is, host of ours a menace. So he used our text in line. Yeah, we may wrap things up here shortly. If they're not going to post the points, we don't have much of a reason to stick around. This will just be a really short post race. But if you would like to call in, that number on screen, feel free. Give you 3 minutes to share your thoughts. Man, someone post the points. Even the Winston Cup guy hasn't posted the points yet for today. We're just too fast. Overall, a really fun race. The truck race was really fun. That was Saturday morning, technically. It got delayed into the afternoon. And then the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race was really fun. The Cup race was super racy. A little messy at times, but it was very entertaining. Not necessarily the finish I liked or loved. I would like to see it be a little closer. It really sucks on the last lap when the outside line or the inside line gets broken up and then guys behind can't get a run. Just no help. Because it's like, you know, going into turn 3, like, okay, yeah, it's over. Unless something really bad happens, it's over. I knew it would be a short post race from Fox. They've already closed stuff out, it looks like. They need to air the Masked Singer. It's more important. Tyler is first in points. Bubba is second. If you can post the top 2, post them all. I'm trying to see the point standings. These people. Well, let's search Google again. If we can't find the points, we're going to wrap things up here. All right. Point standings today. All right, here we go. We finally have the points. So look at our championship I did not mean to have the timer up. So there's a look at our championship points. We have Tyler Reddick first, and he's gone back-to-back. Bubba Wallace second. Third, Chase Elliott. Fourth, Carson Hocevar. Fifth, Zane Smith. So good start for these two. Joey Logano sixth. Daniel Suarez, amazing start to the year for him. We'll see if we can keep that up as we get to, like, actual tracks and not just, super speedway racing. Brad Keselowski, 9th. 10th, Chris Buescher. 11th, Ross Chastain. 12th, Noah Gragson. 13th, William Byron. 14th, Ryan Preece. 15th, Chase Briscoe. 16th, Shane Van Gisbergen. 17th, Ty Dillon. 18th, AJ. Let's look for a few more notables. Kyle Larson, 21st. Not great. 24th for Kyle Busch. Denny Hamlin, 27th in points currently. Really not good. Alex Bowman, 32nd. Christopher Bell, 31st. I mean, these guys are starting off their season in a huge points deficit. Connor Zilic, our Rookie of the Year winner already, only 14 points this year. Or 14 points today, 30 points on the year. I don't know. That's just, okay, the cut line to 16th. So 30 is not terrible, but that's almost a whole race deficit to the guys in 16th. And it's hard to dig back from a multiple race deficit. So they need to get things going in the right direction very quickly. So maybe we can see a rebound next week from these guys. Just a quick look at our points. Will Reddick win at Coda? It's possible. It's possible, but it's going to be hard to beat SVG on any road course. That remains to be seen if anyone can do that. Because it honestly doesn't look like it. Now, what a race. What a race. Let's see what's going on in the NASCAR Twitter. See if there's any tweets that we can pull up. Will Buxton. This is the tweet that happened when I just opened the window capture back up. NASCAR convert confirmed. What a race. This is amazing. Amazing camera work. Yeah, Fox, they struggled with a few of their shots today, but overall it was a better broadcast than last year. It remains to be seen if it'll be decent once they go to FS1. Some great posts here. But it looks like we're going to wrap things up here. I'll give you guys a couple more minutes. If anyone wants to call in, feel free. But if not, it's been a great race weekend. Really enjoyed the truck race, the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race, now the Cup race. Atlanta is putting on some of the most exciting racing in NASCAR currently from all three series. Even Daytona, it can be good in trucks, it can be good in Xfinity, but the Cup race may struggle, even though I think the Cup race was pretty good this year. But Atlanta just lights out, and it's going to be even more fun in July when we go back, because it's going to be hot. They're going to be under the lights, and we may see these guys, really get separated and have some monster runs with all this banking, with all the handling that'll come into play. I think it'll be a really fun race. So that's a little under 5 months from now. So it's a long way out, but this season will go by fast, as all seasons do. Congratulations to Tyler Reddick, pulling that win off with a broken right front. Wasn't able to work together with his teammate there. Bubba got shuffled out. Sad for him, but Carson Hocevar just had to go for it, and that's his job, to go for the win. And boy, did he today. Good start to the year for Carson Hocevar. He just seemed to be around whatever was happening at the time. So some fun moves there at the start of the season. We saw a really up and down day for a lot of guys. Some guys were running, even up in the lead, and then would get taken out 10 laps later. So just a wild race. Hard to really judge who was going to come out ahead. But Atlanta proving again to be one of the best tickets you can buy for if you want to introduce someone to a NASCAR race, if you want to take them to their first NASCAR race. Atlanta is a top contender. Previously it would be Bristol, Talladega, Daytona, Martinsville, but now that's changed. Atlanta is the most exciting racetrack. And we may still get great racing at Charlotte and at Chicagoland and at Kansas, and I think we will, but it's a completely different style of racing. So I'm looking forward to getting back onto some real tracks that are not super speedways. So I'm really looking forward to next weekend. And we just have, so many good races coming up. IndyCar doubleheader, a couple IndyCar doubleheaders coming up. So it's going to be a fun year. Things are just getting started, but we got to keep an eye on these points. Take one last look at that, and we'll close things out here. So one last look at our top 16. So right now, Shane Van Gisbergen is on the cut line already. People are debating whether or not he would, make it in. He's on the cut line already. So if he can nab this win at Circuit of the Americas and the stage wins, that would get him through, potentially to the summer, still in this top, 16. So it looks like his path is pretty clear if he can run well enough at the ovals. And so far, he's doing a good job. So really fun stuff. If you guys want to hang around, I'm going to transfer you guys over to the Y-Files. I highly recommend you hang out there and take a look. They have some really cool stories, some urban legends, some conspiracy theories, and it's just a great environment to go hang out and chat and watch some really, really interesting stuff. So I'll see you guys hopefully sometime later this week. I may try to do that 100% Atlanta race soon, or I might not. I'm going to be pretty busy this week. So at the very least, I'll see you guys this next weekend for the truck race and the cup race and whatever else is going on. So hope to see you guys then. Until then, hope you guys have a good one, and I'll see you all in